got the annual report yet.
You know,
You
that's
guys
one
are
thing
just
I've
having
never
too
done.
many meetings, so I can't get
There's never
to it.
been any tears in it.
But, yeah, you can notice the annual report.
Okay. And no blood. Maybe it's, well, not fun. Is that wood?
All right, there's a pop you up.
Sweat.
I'll probably feel a little low. Okay.
Testing? Okay.
Looks different. Are we live?
Cushy thing.
Call to order the Planning Commission meeting for Tuesday, September 11th. And tonight, we have several things to go over before we start into our joint meeting, our public hearings. So first, we would like to ask for reports. So, Mr. Alejandro.
I have nothing to report. I haven't been able to go to any of my committee meetings because of the special comp plan meetings that have been conflicting with them. So, hopefully next time.
I think we're going to have some similar reports.
I actually do have a report.
Fantastic.
And I'm going to do what I've never done. I have a handout. Because I didn't want this to pass without sharing something with you. And this is from the Planning District Commission, which gave a presentation on their Rivanna work at their last meeting. So because I want to advocate for the Rivanna and that you keep it a strong part of your comprehensive planning process, I wanted to familiarize you with the phases. And so they really have done a mapping phase, and they'll be moving on to other phases in the future. And I encourage you to stay in touch with Will Cockrell and Nick Morrison at the Planning District as they continue in their work. And I know the 2013 Comprehensive Plan is much maligned, but one of the really positive outcomes of that comprehensive plan was the city and the county working together. And one of the big initiatives was a joint effort for the Rivanna River for conservation, recreation, economic development, visitation, all of those things, and respective members took it back to their commissions and to the supervisors and to the council to fund and support this first phase of work, for which I'm very grateful. And we haven't done as much as our colleague Bill Emery would like, but it's a start, and I hope you'll continue in that direction. And I don't think Place met. If they did, I don't think I was there. So that concludes the report.
There is an upcoming meeting on the Rivanna coming up, next week, I think. We got a doodle poll, so I'll fill you guys in after that meeting. Thank you. Ms. Dow.
Good evening, and I do not have anything to report at this time.
Mr. Sully Yates?
Yes, the Housing Advisory Committee met many times. I'll just give you the highlights. The meetings were well covered. The Planning Subcommittee, which I chair, there was a little bit of a lack of clarity on what exactly we do, so I got this back. It is meant to house matters where zoning, land use, and planning intersect with housing policy, essentially to coordinate between the two bodies. Other members are Dan Rosenzweig and Frank Stoner in the county. The essential points there. Second, that body created a couple of items that were discussed with council at the joint meeting there. I wanted to highlight those. Working with the Planning Commission to update the land use map to reflect established needs, address legacy of segregation, and promote equity and opportunity. And second, to eliminate land use restrictions such as minimum lot size and frontage requirements as soon as possible.
So, thank you so much.
Could you clarify that? Could I ask a question?
Please.
About the frontage requirements in the small lot, and would that be citywide, district-wide, or is that targeted towards certain types of?
It's a citywide issue. This body didn't have any specific ideas on how to do it. But
Well, I would
that's a good
encourage you
question.
to break it down a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Smith?
I don't have anything to report.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes. Let's see, on July 18th, I did make my first Parks and Recs Advisory Board meeting. The couple of things they walked us through is the first thing is the comp plan. Their input into the comp plan was about to be submitted. I'm not sure if they submitted it yet, but they were getting close to being ready to do that. And their input is going to be informed by a very comprehensive survey that they did. And the take home, at least for us, is the importance, again, feedback on the survey is the importance of open spaces. That was like something that they spoke to over and over again. And they also walked us through the tool that they used for that survey. And the tool is an unbelievably powerful tool. And Matt and Missy have also taken a look at the tool. I think they like the tool. The issue is we don't have the resources to actually support a tool like that just yet, but it's something that we can put on the back burner for the future. The Meadow Creek Valley Master Plan, part of that is like a 3/4 of a mile trail through McIntyre Park, ending up at John Warner, and I think that it's supposed to be finished very soon, but this was back in July 18th, and I think they actually completed that and actually have a way to actually cross the railroad tracks now at the end of that. So
It's close.
Close,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, I know they have it up there and they're working through the finishing touches of that.
Okay.
So,
So-
I had heard that was being set in place on Tuesday, which is today, or last week Tuesday.
yeah,
Okay.
they set it and then they were making connections.
Okay, great.
Okay. So,
Great. So,
Lisa.
Can do a university report if you want.
yes,
I think it was on there.
it was on there.
Yeah. Well, first of all, I'm not Brian Hogg.
Well,
So,
welcome.
For those of you who don't know me, I'm Bill Palmer. Was on this commission a couple years ago for 2 or 3 years, and now I'm back. So good to be back, and looking forward to it. Anyway, what I wanted to mention, only a few things. To this week, Thursday and Friday, weather permitting, I guess, is buildings or BOV meeting at UVA with the Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting. And some of the things they're going to be taking on are of interest to the city would be concept site and design guidelines for Brandon Avenue Upper Class Residence Hall Phase 2. Phase 1 is under construction, so this would be the second housing building there. Schematic design approvals for a major renovation of Alderman Library, a student and health and wellness center also on Brandon Avenue, and then a softball stadium which is going to be located up by Klockner Stadium and the track on that practice field that sits on the corner right now. Alice, my supervisor, the architect for UVA, is going to be discussing the athletics master plan that the athletics department and our office has been doing, as well as the Fontaine Research Park master plan, which we've just completed and we'll be reporting to the board on. So I just wanted to let everybody know that was going on. Also, we are in the midst of working on a transportation and parking plan at UVA. It's been about 10 years since we've did our last one, and so we're kind of looking at it again with fresh eyes and looking for solutions to our ever-growing parking issues, as well as bike and pedestrian things that we can do. Last week we had a number of focus groups that were pretty well attended by UVA population as well as the city and some county people. So that was great. We have a website where people can give feedback. I just wanted to mention that because comments close on the 14th, so on Friday. And as of now, we have like 400 or 500 comments, which is really impressive. But that website is uva-transportation.com, so it's really easy to remember. So if you feel like giving your input, please do. And then,
Alex just emailed it to us.
oh, great. And then, yeah, Alex came to a few of the sessions, so it's good to see him. And then just real quick, kind of pertinent to some of the items tonight is, it was just in our UVA today, there was an article about the Emmett Ivy corridor, which we've been talking about a lot. There's been the President Ryan has formed a commission to look at what uses would be the best fit for that site. So that's exciting. And then also along those lines with the Smart Scale project the city is doing on Emmett Street, we are just continuing to coordinate with the city on that. There's some meetings next week, and we are also doing an outreach meeting with students for that project to get their input, because the one meeting that was done this summer was not well attended by our student population. So just trying to get a little more feedback from them on what they're looking for and the amenities of the Smart Scale project. So that's all I got. Thanks.
I just want to, for the public, that is uva-transportation.com.
Yes.
All one word, uva-transportation, no
Yeah,
spaces.
no spaces.
Okay, great. And I want to remind us all to speak in our microphones so that we can get this recorded and the public can hear us. Okay, you're welcome. We'll have to do it again before it's over, but. My report is a couple different things. I did not get to attend any meetings like Mr. Alejandro, but I do have one thing that, two things we're going to do tonight. I have something I want to announce in a minute, but the second thing is it is our annual meeting tonight, so we'll be having a report from the nominating committee in elections. But before we do that, back in about 2005, I sat in the audience where you all are sitting. And I watched this commission, and I was taken aback by several commissioners, but one in particular, who I have been forever learning and being mentored by. And that commissioner made me decide to come in and take a stand and have a voice so that we can have a better city. And I am forever grateful for her mentorship and her friendship and the phone calls when I said, "Am I crazy?" And so at this time, I wanted to recognize someone who's been with us and made a great contribution to the city through comp plans and through helping to understand why historic preservation is so important. And Ms. Keller, if you would have something, I'm going to read this and then I'll pass it on. If you don't know that, this is Ms. Keller's last meeting after a decade of service. And we are going to be very sad to see her go, but I have a proclamation this evening. Genevieve Keller, whereas Miss Genevieve Keller served on the Planning Commission from October 2007 to August 2018, serving as chairperson from September 2011 to September 2013, and whereas Ms. Keller served as the Planning Commission representative to the Thomas Jefferson Planning District, the Board of Zoning Appeals, the Federation of Neighborhoods, the UVA Master Planning Council, the CDBG Task Force, Place Design Task Force, and the West Main Streetscape Steering Committee. And whereas Ms. Keller provided many years of service to the Planning Commission in thoughtful consideration of the items presented to the Commission for review, as well as a supporter for detailed development proposals. And whereas Ms. Keller has ably served the city as the Planning Commission representative on numerous boards and commissions. And whereas Ms. Keller has continuously been mindful of the impact of development decisions on underserved populations within the Charlottesville community. And whereas Ms. Keller has been a tireless advocate for preservation of historic resources throughout the city, and whereas Ms. Keller has been an advocate for existing neighborhoods within the city and has consistently encouraged her fellow commissioners to consider the impact on areas adjacent to new development. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Charlottesville, do hereby thank Ms. Genevieve Keller for her years of dedicated service on the Charlottesville Planning Commission and wish her success in her future endeavors. Signed and sealed the 11th day of September 2018. So.
You're here.
Couldn't read from here and.
Oh, my goodness. Yes, too. Well, thank you so much. Your comments meant so much to me. It's been a pleasure to serve with you and with everyone else and those in preceding commissions. And I say thank you to all of you and to the community. And I think you'll hear from me again from time to time. And I hope that the commission's in good hands and you'll have a fresh start. And I think everyone will have been appointed or reappointed by this council, and hopefully that will usher in a new era of paying attention to the Planning Commission. I certainly hope so.
Thank you again.
So I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So at this time, it's our annual report, and the first thing we'll ask is if we could get a report of the nominating committee, which is Mr. Alejandro and Ms. Dowell.
Were you expecting this?
I knew it was coming. I just didn't know it was coming today.
Oh, okay. So the nominating committee is pleased to present the slate of officers for consideration. We recommend and present for chair, Lisa Green, and for vice chair, Hosea Mitchell. And thank you very much for the opportunity to make these recommendations.
Thank you. So we have a recommendation for chair and a recommendation for vice chair. Are there any other nominations? Seeing that there is none, do we vote by voice acclamation?
We have to accept the nominations. do we?
Oh, would you like to accept the nomination?
Yeah, I will reluctantly accept the nomination. And I do it reluctantly because there are at least a couple of other members on the commission that I think are a little more qualified than I am. And in fact, I lobbied to get Jody and Tania to step up and do this, but Jody just absolutely wouldn't. And Tania, I mean, I push really hard to get her to do it because I think her day job brings a perspective that would be very valuable to our group. But more important, her role as a single mother would be of incredible value as we begin thinking about things like affordable housing and public transportation. But it is that role that finally made me back off and say, okay, I'll leave you alone. Because I raised a kid by myself as well. And when my son was the age of her daughter, I knew what the priorities were. So I accept the nomination because you made me.
Thank you.
Fantastic.
Teamwork.
Teamwork. I also am very honored that to accept the nomination. I've also been on a nominating committee where I was trying to encourage Mr. Alejandro to take a leadership role as well. So I know the struggle you must have gone through there. But I do accept the nomination. Thank you for your trust.
No, thank you.
So now
Call for a motion.
I'd call for a motion to accept this.
So I
slate of-
move to have Lisa Green be chairperson and Hosea Mitchell to be the vice chair for the coming term.
I'd like to second that motion.
So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Miss Chrissy, would you call roll?
Sure. Mr. Alejandro,
Aye.
Ms. Keller,
Aye.
Ms. Dow,
Aye.
Mr. Sola Yates,
Aye.
Mr. Smith,
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell,
Yes.
and Ms. Green.
Aye. Motion passes. And at this time, thank you for saying yes. And thank you all for serving on the nominating committee. Greatly appreciate
Our
it.
pleasure.
You're welcome.
And
So-
those were very nice comments that you made, Hosea.
Yes. This time we'll ask for the NDS report.
Sure. So the commission's been meeting pretty frequently. We've all been spending a lot of time together. The next meetings that we have a meeting scheduled for September 25th. We've got a couple of commissioners at training, and so we are adjusting as need be. We're hopeful that council will appoint Jenny's replacement next week, and then we'll be able to continue forth with that meeting. But otherwise, we think we're going to do that anyway, and have invited members of PLACE to come and talk about the community engagement chapter for the comprehensive plan. We also have a meeting scheduled for October 2nd, and these are meetings to continue work on the comprehensive plan. Council's provided us with a clear schedule to get materials to them by December, and so we are on path to do that. One of the deliverables of that was to work on getting a survey out to the public. And that time period was open today, and we were able to get the survey out today. We'll be doing some additional outreach to widespread the survey much further than we have today. Tomorrow, but that will be open until October 4th, and it just is a number of questions that Commission wants to gather data from those in the community to help help move forward with the comprehensive plan aspects that the group's been working on for a while now. So the survey's out. We will be getting the survey posted more widespread as the week continues. And do keep an eye out for continued work sessions on the comprehensive plan, the next being the 25th, and then October 2nd, and then our regular meeting on the 9th. We'll be back here.
Great. Do you have a link that you could share with them where the survey is located?
I will have a link very soon. Let me see if it went out while we were in our pre-meeting.
Okay.
And so, let's see. Well, it's a SurveyMonkey link, so it's a little complicated to read. But if you go to the City of Charlottesville's website and put in Comprehensive Plan 2018, we will have that link there in the morning. And we've sent out a notice on to the folks who are on the city's email list. So we'll be getting that out there in the next couple days.
Okay, the other thing is the annual report is going to be a little bit later.
A little bit later, but we will get that out.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. At this time, next thing on our agenda is matters to be presented by the public not on the formal agenda. So tonight we have 3 items that are on the agenda for a public comment, which is the Gallery Court Hotel, SUP, temporary construction laydown text amendment, and temporary parking facilities text amendment. It's my understanding from our pre-meeting that we are going to be removing the entrance corridor, which we'll vote on in a minute, SUP recommendation. So that will also be a part of the public comment when we get to that portion of our agenda. But for now, the comments are just anything by the public, not on this agenda, which would also include entrance corridor items, or the request for code interpretation of Bellevue. And I have 4 people signed up, so at the end of this, if you would like to speak, we'll ask for others at the end of this list. I'd like to remind you that it's a 3-minute comment period. I'll be using the timer, so it's green until it turns yellow, and you have 30 seconds left, and then red when your time is up. And I would ask that you please speak into the microphone clearly so everyone can hear you. It's sometimes hard to hear when you're facing.
And this is from the first speaker.
Okay. And when you're speaking to us, the audience can't necessarily hear you, so if you could speak in the microphone. And the first person is Liz Christian, and I think we have a handout from Ms. Christian.
Good evening. My name is Liz Christian, and I'm speaking today representing a group of roughly 30 households in the area directly adjacent to the proposed development in the wooded area between Azalea Drive and Monte Vista Avenue. I would like to take a moment and thank all my Fry Springs neighbors for attending tonight's meeting and ask that they stand up briefly. Thank you. Our group formed earlier this year to further understand the process as it relates to this proposed project. From the start, a primary focus of our group was to scrutinize the assertion by the developer that this proposal would qualify as a boundary line adjustment, a central topic of the meeting today. An astute member of our group took it upon himself to perform his own analysis of the code related to this issue. His firm conclusion is that it does not qualify for a boundary line adjustment, and he shared his findings and supporting analysis with the city attorney. Out of concern that we may be missing something, and to allow for a more broad analysis, we retained an experienced and reputable development attorney based here in Charlottesville to review this point and other concerns we had. Again, our attorney's firm conclusion was that the proposed project may not be reviewed as a boundary line adjustment exception. A copy of his letter containing his assertion and support has been previously provided to the commissioners and city attorney's office, and we're providing it here again tonight. Quite simply, we see no foundational basis for this project to be considered a boundary line adjustment. In addition to the topic discussed tonight, we have many broad and specific concerns related to this proposal that we can discuss with the Commission at the appropriate time. We wish to assert tonight that we are a reasonable group that shares your goals of reasonable and sustainable development. The proposed project does not meet this standard. The most recent round of review by city staff yielded 14 pages of required changes to conform to code. Our group would like to recognize the diligent efforts of city staff for their careful consideration of the proposal. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter.
Thank you. Sean Tubbs.
Hello, good evening. Sean Tubbs, 1029 Forest Hills Avenue, here representing the Piedmont Environmental Council. Like the last speaker, PEC urges the Charlottesville Planning Commission to support staff in their interpretation for Azalea Cottages or Bellevue as a major subdivision and not a boundary line adjustment. While there does appear to be language in the subdivision ordinance that would allow the latter mechanism, a reading of the rest of the ordinance indicates that the major subdivision process would ensure a higher level of scrutiny. The section of the city's subdivision ordinance that deals with boundary line adjustments specifically states that, quote, "The action shall not involve the relocation or alteration of streets, alleys, easements for public passage, or other public areas." In this case, the project for which the adjustment has been requested appears to depend on such a relocation in order to make it function. The plans appear to depict a future street where the existed platted alleyway is located, transforming it into the future Bellevue Street. One of those comments, of course, is that it can't be called Bellevue Street because we already have one. The Planning Commission should have the ability to review this. both to provide your input as well as to bring this process into the light of transparency and the light of day. At a time when there is much public attention devoted to infill development, it is crucial to get this right. We are not opposed to this development per se, to being developed, as infill projects support many of the goals of the comprehensive plan. But the land use process must unfold in a way that provides mechanisms for the concerns of neighbors and other stakeholders to be heard. This development needs to occur in such a way that respects the topography of this land and to ensure that downstream water quality is not compromised. We look forward to hearing more details of the project later tonight, including the stormwater management plan and whether development on the critical slopes is enough to trigger the need for a waiver. I think you know what I mean. I'm still new at this. We look forward to the deliberations later on this evening, and thank you for your service. And also thanks to Jenny for your service as well. And this is the first and last time I will address you in this particular manner.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tubbs. Ann Brenner.
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's Ann Benner, and I live at 306 Monte Vista Avenue. So I live between the proposed Bellevue development and Azalea Park. And I just wanted to address one of the specific concerns that the Fry Springs group holds. There's a stream that goes through my backyard. So I'm downhill from the proposed development, and the stream is an important piece of my enjoyment of my property, and I'm very concerned that if the water processing in the development isn't handled properly, that would affect my stream as well as the wetlands at the bottom of the hill in Azalea Park. So just bringing up that one specific concern. Thank you.
Thank you. Another one.
The fourth.
This is, okay.
And the fourth.
There's another one. Susan Gwynn. Susan Gwynn. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Susan Quinn. I live at 119 Raymond Avenue, and I'm a member of the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association Board, and I'm here to read a statement from that board. The Fry Springs Neighborhood Association, FSNA, supports the city attorney's interpretation that the changes proposed by the Bellevue developer to the existing lot and road lines exceeds the intent of a simple boundary line adjustment. The FSNA welcomes appropriately designed infill and the new neighbors that it brings. We respect the right of property owners to pursue all legal activity on their private property. We also recognize some activities can result in negative impacts elsewhere in our community. Over time, city codes have been developed to mitigate such off-site impacts. Instead of redrawing a few boundaries of a subdivision platted in the 1890s, the Bellevue developer is proposing to draw a new roadway, utility rights-of-way, and housing lots based on the needs of a modern subdivision. As such, the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association's position is that the development must adhere to current subdivision standards and city code. The Fry Springs Neighborhood Association and the community we represent has concerns about the proposed development, reinforced by recent experience with ongoing development activities in our neighborhood. Specifically, the concerns are: 1, the new development setbacks will not be sufficient to allow cars to park in driveways without blocking sidewalks. 2, the lots are not wide enough to allow for sufficient on-street parking for the anticipated number of residents and their visitors. 3, runoff from the increased impervious surface will have a negative impact on Azalea Park. 4, there is potential for significant risk of failure of the proposed HOA-maintained sewer pumping station, which would be located directly upstream from the Azalea Park wetland. And 5, the anticipated number of new residents will exacerbate the traffic impacts on the already dangerous Azalea Drive and Jefferson Park Avenue intersection. In summary, the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association welcomes appropriately designed infill and the new neighbors it brings. However, the proposed Bellevue development has raised many points of concern that the Fry Springs Neighborhood Association believes would be better taken into consideration if the project is considered a major subdivision. I've left a written copy of this statement with your clerk. Thank you.
Thank you. And we got that copy as well. Okay, that is all that's on the list to speak to matters not on the formal agenda. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to something that's not on the formal agenda? I will close this portion of the matters by the public, and then we'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the consent agenda. And Mr. Mitchell, you were going to motion that we move entrance corridor SUP recommendation off of that consent agenda?
Yes.
Do we need a
you
motion
like
and
a
a
motion?
second for
Oh,
that?
I have some minor corrections to the June 12th minutes.
Okay.
I'd like to pass in. Thank you.
Anything else on this consent agenda? I think your motion could include the approval of with the minor changes and moving that off.
So what sort of motion would you like? Let me take a whack at it and you can modify
I
it.
think you can do it.
Okay, so I move that we remove the EC SUP recommendation from the consent agenda and consider that in conjunction with the SUP request.
And approve the remaining consent agenda items.
And then we can approve the remaining consent agenda items based on the modifications recommended by Jen.
That sounds like a great motion. Does that?
Second.
And a second. We have a motion and a second. To that motion, all in favor by voice acclamation? Aye. Opposed? No. So, no, I don't know. That motion passes. So we are a little bit past 6, but at this time, we will move into the public hearing portion of our meeting. And the first item on the agenda is SP 18-0007, Gallery Court Hotel SUP request. And I'm stammering because I want to, do I need to read anything off of this as well?
No, you can just note that
Okay.
the statement, what the chair's noting is that the commission is going to review both the entrance corridor special use permit recommendation as well as the special use permit at the same time. They're going to gather all of the information at the same time, and then later they will take different votes in the proper gabbling in and out to the proper bodies to do so, but having all of the information at one time may be helpful.
Okay. So SP-00007, Gallery Court Hotel SUP request. Mr. Patel of Income Hotels LLC has submitted an application seeking approval of a special use permit SUP for the property located at 140 Emmett Street North. The property is further identified on City Real Property Tax Map 8 as Parcel 4, subject property. The subject property is zoned URB and EC, so Urban Corridor Mixed Use Development with Entrance Corridor Overlay. The owner is seeking to redevelop this property as a hotel to replace an existing hotel that was lost by casualty fire on May 4th, 2017. The proposed use, hotels/motels, is allowed by right within the URB zoning district classification. However, an SUP is required for the project because the proposed building height, 7 stories up to 80 feet, exceeds the 60-foot maximum building height allowed in the URB district. This site is approximately 0.585 acres or 25,482.6 square feet. The comprehensive plan designates the land use of this subject property or as public or semi-public. Okay. Have staff give the report.
So I'm going to give a short report, and then I actually have Bob, our GIS analyst, and he has a presentation, a little presentation on the view shed analysis he gave as part of the report. So I don't know if you all wanted to move down and see the presentation. You can move now or afterwards. It doesn't matter. Move now? Yes? Okay. Maybe that's easier. Okay. So you just gave a great overview, but the proposed hotel is allowed by right in the zoning district, so really the SUP is just regarding the additional height. This property also falls within the entrance corridor, so should the SUP be approved, this would come back to you eventually for a certificate of appropriateness. I gave Missy a stack of the code section 34157, that kind of outlines the factors that you all discussed to make your recommendation, just kind of as a cheat sheet as we go through this. The report's pretty lengthy. It goes through each factor and discusses staff's analysis, but I included some topics for you all to focus on tonight based off the SUP being a request for height. So those are whether there's an impact to the surrounding area with the increased height, whether the character and scale is respectful to neighborhoods and the university uses, as noted in the intent of the subject property zoning district, the massing and scale, the pedestrian environment, street activation, and then rooftop lighting and business hours. So the property, as you all are very aware, falls in a unique location. It borders the city and university line. It's also of importance because of the city's Smart Scale Emmett Street project that's coming down the line, and then across the street from that sits the 14-acre site that will hold the future university's Ivy Corridor redevelopment. Included in your packet, there's a picture of their overall framework plan. Nothing is set in stone, but that shows you the types of developments that will be housed at the university site, which is an important piece of the discussion, just knowing that that's going to be a future redevelopment that would mirror on Emmett Street what this building would, where the building is located. So ultimately, this redevelopment will play a larger role in the redevelopment of this area. It's a city entrance corridor, and all the moving parts should kind of talk to each other. So before I delve into the height discussion, there are a few other elements of the plan that do either comply or don't comply with the comprehensive plan, which is one of the factors you are to base your recommendation off of. So as Lisa mentioned, the comp plan does identify this property as public or semi-public. That's defined as including publicly owned lands and buildings such as government center, police and fire stations, libraries, post offices, schools, and university facilities. Staff does note that the proposed use does not necessarily meet the intent, but also wanted to note that the city has no control over the property being privately owned, and that this site has been a hotel since the 1950s. The project has included a street cafe in response to Planning Commission's discussion back in March at their preliminary discussion. So that provides street activation. They also include improvements in the pedestrian realm that comply with streets that work and also would not prohibit the future improvements for the Emmett Streetscape project, which is a big deal. Staff did point out a couple concerns with noise and lighting, given that there is going to be a rooftop bar located at the top that faces towards the Cars Hill Field. So just wanted to let you know that the hours of the rooftop bar are from 4 p.m. to 12 a.m., but Planning Commission does reserve the right to add a condition if they feel like that might be inappropriate. And then there's another condition proposed if you do recommend approval to make sure that the lighting follows the most stringent lighting regulations in the code based off of if they were to be located in low-density residential neighborhood, which they're not, but that would be more strict and mitigate any negative impact there. So in response to a lot of the community feedback we heard at their community meeting and then also through email, the applicant has provided additional elevations and cross-sections to kind of show you better how the building is going to relate to its different contexts, and that's found in your attachment too. But the building is proposed as an L shape, and its intent, according to the applicant, is to break the scale of the facade depending on where it's facing. So the highest portions are going to be at the Emmett-Ivy intersection, where the cafe breaks up the building a little bit, but then facing north and east, where it's UVA or towards Lambeth Apartments, there's some pretty significant recesses given in the building as shown, 61 feet and 102 feet. So that's going to be part of your discussion if that is still appropriate in keeping with the context. One of the other questions that staff asked when going over this application was how it would affect the adjacent neighborhood. And so at this point, I'm going to have Bob come up and give you a short presentation on his view shed analysis. And I wanted to bring him tonight because I think this is a really interesting tool that we as a staff and commission can use in future SUP requests. So with that, I'll let him give his presentation.
So this is a view shed analysis. I'm going to explain what it is and how it's done, and then the results will be in the latter half. So it identifies which observer points on the map are going to be able to view the item of interest, in this case 140 Emmett Street North. Currently, the elevation of the parcel is between 194 and 501.3, so I went with a ground elevation of 502. I rounded up so that it would be more of a robust. You get more viewpoints this way. You don't want to undersell who might actually be able to see it. And then the same analysis was run twice, once on 562 feet for the 60-foot by right height and 582 feet for the extended height. What you can see in pink, what you can see in green is this map is a 1 by 1 foot resolution, so every pixel is 1 square foot. Every green pixel you see is a 1 square foot square on the ground, on the highest point on the ground. So if you're standing on like the top of a 2-story building, you're looking at it from that point, not from ground level. Green is what you could see at by right. And then the pink pieces you can see mostly in the top right-hand corner. That's the way you could see if the building was at the 80-foot height. This map shows the by right analysis, and parcels shown in black will not be able to see the building at all. Parcels shown in green will be able to see the building, but the amount of square feet that you can see the building from on your property is under 1% of the total property. So if you have a 100 square foot lot, you would only be able to see it from 1 square foot of your property, is what this is saying. And then the gold is between 1 and 5%, and red is greater than 5%. The building in the pink over there, right at the edge of the screen, is 140 Emmett Street North. And then the blue outline is your Lewis Mountain neighborhood. This is the extended analysis. And what this is different than the one before, because this is highlighting the increase, not who's going to be able to see it in general. So in black, parcels in black will have no increase. These people, you won't be able to see the difference at all between the by right height and the extended height. With green, the increase is under 1%. In yellow, it's between 1 and 5% increase, and then red, it's greater than 5% increase. Out of the 251 total parcels, only 18 of them are more than a 1% increase, and the majority of them are in that top right corner where there's already a parking deck and the western half of Emmett Street, essentially, north. In summary, increasing from 60 to 80 feet will be largely imperceptible to the Lewis Mountain neighborhood. 74.5% of all parcels in the neighborhood will be able to see it at the by right height. 7% will have an increase greater than 1%, which is 233 of the 251 parcels are only going to be able to see 1% increase or less, or greater, I'm sorry. And then of those that have the more than 1% increase, 61% of them are commercial properties. Any questions? Oh, sorry. Thank you for your time.
Actually, I do have a question. Well, this was very interesting, but why did you limit the study to the Lewis Mountain neighborhood and not to any other adjacencies or?
That's what I was asked to do initially, and then this kind of grew from what I was initially asked to do to like this full-blown visibility analysis, and I just didn't know at the beginning that people would want more. I was only asked in context to do just Lewis Mountain. It could be repeated for a greater area, but that's
I mean,
why.
it's very interesting, and I'm glad the city is starting to use this tool. I wish we could have used it on West Main Street for the effects on the 10th and Page neighborhood, because when you're on Albemarle Street or any number of streets, that it's looming above you in ways I don't think any of us really thought it would be. So I'm very happy the city is using this tool, but I'm a little puzzled about why it's being used here and why it's being used for the Lewis Mountain neighborhood, because that's not really the intent of the entrance corridor. But thanks for doing it. It was very interesting.
I can help answer a little bit because we were the ones that asked Bob. So that's part of what we use to analyze the massing and scale. That's just a piece of the question that we asked, and the reason that we did choose that R1 neighborhood is because it was the closest to, and one of the factors that you're supposed to weigh on is how it affects residential and close by neighborhoods. But like Bob said, we could absolutely go back and run it in the closer area. And I will also note that part of the Lewis neighborhood is also a lot of commercial properties which fall into the entrance corridor as well. So, yeah. Okay. So I really don't have much else to add other than so the first question we asked was how it would affect the adjacent neighborhoods. The last two questions we asked were, is the massing and scale in line with future redevelopment? And is the massing and scale appropriate given its proximity to the university? I already mentioned the additional cross-sections the applicant provided. I think they do a really nice job in showing the context and the existing topography. And then as far as the public input we received quite a bit. The neighborhood residents are very concerned about the height and its impact. And a lot of that has been included in your staff report to review, and I'm sure a lot of them are here tonight to speak on this matter. We also have had a few residents come back after reviewing the additional information that was provided and having seen how the building is articulated, have said that it does fit the context and they think this is an ideal location given its proximity to the university. I know the applicant is here to give a presentation, so I don't know if we should take questions now or they give their presentation.
We could also, Mr. Warner's in the back, and we could have the presentation materials with the EC at the same time, and that may help the context of the full discussion.
Okay.
So do you want to go applicant or Mr. Warner first?
It's up to you.
Yeah. Okay, perfect.
Good evening. How are you? I know Bob's talked about some of the visibility. Heather addressed why we're talking about it tonight relative to the entrance corridor and ERB review. So I'll jump into this. As you know, the parcel's zoning allows for the additional height by a special use permit. Unfortunately, the entrance corridor guidelines, they refer only to by right conditions, and they recommend that new buildings in this corridor be 2 to 4 stories. So using that guidance alone, the recommendation would be to deny this request. However, the City Council has deemed that under the zoning, the additional height here may be considered. So I've put this together in sort of to offer some pros and cons for you to consider in your deliberations. First, in support of the higher increase, contributing to the need for the additional height are 3 factors that are consistent with the entrance corridor goals. First is mixed use, and at the request of the ERB, you all requested, and the applicant has incorporated a street-level commercial space. Another goal is on-site shared structured parking. The structured parking here will provide adequate parking and be integrated into the building. And another goal is limited setbacks. And on a parcel of this size, it's less than 6/10 of an acre. the proposed construction using the minimal setbacks still achieves a commendable 2.9 FAR. In evaluating the requested height increase and the subsequent massing, the impact is somewhat mitigated by the site's location and surrounding topography. And again, as Bob pointed out with the graphics, but unlike other sections of Emmett Street and 29 North, this segment runs through it's a low area that's bounded on either side by a gently rising grade. In an east-west cross-section through the hotel site, the west side of Emmett Street rises approximately 10 feet to the foot of UVA's 5-story Emmett Ivy parking garage. To the east, across Cars Hill Field, the grade quickly rises in excess of 20 feet to the foot of UVA's 5-story Culberth Road parking garage. Immediately north, there's an elevated railroad grade and bridge that are approximately 20 feet above the level of the site. And all of these, I felt, contributed to mitigating the impact of the proposed hotel, and that would be whether at the by right height or at the proposed increase. Ultimately, with a combination of the topography, the impact of additional height can be addressed and mitigated with using the design standards in the entrance corridor guidelines, and we'll get to that when we get into the design review. So those, again, contribute to how to mitigate the impact. The entrance corridor guidelines do express concern for height relative to impacts on nearby low-density residential areas. Immediately adjacent to the site, within 500 feet, and impacted by the site, or impacted by this building's height and massing would be to the east, you have Cars Hill's athletic field and Cars Hill. And granted, that's not a residential area. To the north, the elevated railroad bed, and north of the railroad bed is the parking lot for the Lambeth Field dorms. This is within this 500-foot circle. To the south, there's open space to the corner of Emmett Street and University Ave. On the west side of Emmett Street, the streetscape, there are UVA buildings which are to be determined, and beyond that is the Emmett Street Ivy parking garage. And as Bob pointed out, the distance to the closest low-density residential area is about 500 feet. And so, we said the required site plan relative to ERB review will get into the pedestrian and circulation issues, and the design review will evaluate and address the visually important elements, including the architecture, lighting, and landscape plan. So we'll get into that later. Now, in opposition to the height increase, fronting on Emmett Street from Ivy Road intersection to the 29250 bypass, it's about 1.3 miles. There's approximately 120 acres that are zoned URB, and as this parcel is. If this SUP is approved, similar requests in this corridor must be anticipated. There is a short segment on the east side of Emmett Street, opposite Barracks Road Shopping Center, that is zone ZS. The maximum height there is 3 stories, so there's no additional height by SUP. But my point being is that 1.5 miles roughly to the 29 bypass, what you agree to here has the potential to be requested in that entire area. We don't know what UVA is planning across the street. I mean, we have some idea, but as far as height, we have no specifics. And from what I understand, the VREF's going to be giving that to the universities, so they probably will end up doing what they wish anyway. So, given all that I just said, we're generally supportive of this request, and we do recommend its approval. As I said, through the SUP process, the city has the ability to apply some more rigid standards relative to mitigating the visual impacts of the increased height. So that's what I have to offer. Are there any questions? It's an awful lot, sorry. If I had a chalkboard, it would be a lot easier.
So as we begin to move north down Emmett Street, what happens after the bridge? I don't remember. What's there?
So you go north, and there's in the staff report I attached a map to the portion that I wrote. So you can see there on the west side, going up towards, I think, just you portion across Emmett Street, and I think go past JPJ, and then all that along Barracks Road, all the way up to 29. And then on the east side coming down, and there's this section there where UVA's got some of those administrative buildings. That's where the shorter buildings are allowed, but pretty much that good extent of that corridor does allow for applicants to request the additional height.
But isn't most of that owned by UVA? You've got Lambeth and...
Yes, the segment to the west and up to about JPJ, so from Ivy Road up to about
Most
JPJ.
of the area you're worried about is owned by UVA, so it's not under our control.
No, I understand that, but I'm saying as far as that whole corridor and the zoning, as you go up towards 29250 Barracks Road Shopping Center, that is also in this zoning category and has the same
But it's
provision.
all UVA except for Barracks Road, because you got Crothers Hall.
Crothers Hall is that
Yeah,
section
Land
on the
Crothers
east
Hall.
side that is not zoned with that URB, but again, university property. But that's all privately owned, and when you go across Barracks Road, unless we've got a map that's,
Okay, but we already know what's gonna happen with the pharmacy.
Well, and of course, each of folks could choose, or property owners could choose to bring forward applications, and those would be considered in much the same manner that this will be. So he's just pointing out that that's a potential.
that's right. Thank you. So saying yes here, I think has merits. I think the impacts can be mitigated, but also saying yes here opens the door for other requests in that corridor, and that has to be weighed in your considerations.
Mr. Werner, are
Yes.
you the appropriate one to ask about streets at work and the planting bed and the sidewalk widths that are being proposed?
There's probably.
I guess that's Ms.
Yeah,
Newmeyer.
yeah. I'm punting.
So how does what's being proposed compare to what's recommended in Streets at Work for this type of street?
So they're meeting the maximum width for the sidewalk that's proposed with the curbside buffer. And they're also meeting the highest requirements. So in this area, you want the curbside buffer and the widened sidewalk, but they have those dimensions they suggest. So the highest you could have is 7 feet. So they're providing 7-foot sidewalk. With the curbside buffer, it's a range of 4 to 6 feet. They're proposing a 4-foot. And so there's a proposed condition in the staff report because it's a limited curbside buffer and we're limited with space as well because we want, the long and the short of it is, we still want room for a bicycle lane that'll be part of the Emmett streetscape. So with that 4 feet, either we're conditioning them to include silvicels or something to show that they're still going to give adequate soil volume for a large tree because we want that large tree to succeed even in a smaller width. And I don't know if it's either that or we're asking them to bump it up to 5 feet.
And I believe Streets at Work for a large canopy tree, they recommend 6 feet for.
They do recommend.
For the planter width. And
4 foot can be the minimum, but yes, it's recommended that it be 6 feet.
And I see that on the plans, it does show that they want large canopy trees here,
Correct.
which would be appropriate for what is elsewhere along this street.
Right. And so I talked actually with our urban forester to talk through options there because depending on just we're limited in that space. So it could be an option of, okay, maybe we take a cut to the sidewalk, or he was saying if they were able to show that they use some kind of best management practice like silvicels to show that you could still get that soil volume in the 4 foot, that could be a potential, but also you could ask for a wider curbside buffer and give or take elsewhere.
And how does the 7-foot width sidewalk compare with the sidewalks coming into this property from both sides?
That is a good question. For existing or future?
Existing and future.
So existing, I think they're probably 4.5 or 5 feet currently. And then for future, for the Emmett streetscape, I think they're going for 10 feet. Yeah.
Yes,
But I could
okay.
be wrong. So, but
With
it's
a 6-foot buffer,
that's on the schematic. Nothing's set in stone, but yes.
but that's what currently is being planned.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Newmeyer, we received an email from I think Scott Ruffner.
Okay, yep.
Supporting the project, and he actually gave a suggestion to mitigate the height change, a green screen, a vertical green screen.
Mm-hmm.
How practical is that, and how effective would that be?
So I think in his email, he talked more so providing a green screen on the parking garage. And so right now, the cafe space helps with that because it's in front of what the parking garage would be. But as far as a green screen on blank walls, I think it's practical. Planning Commission has done something like that in the past. How much it mitigates the height where you're viewing it, I'm not sure, but it definitely adds an aesthetic there. So Yeah.
Could you talk a little bit more about the water quality issues that you talked to on page 12? Looks like, again, the applicant's looking to buy nutrient credits, but you're recommending an alternative. What are the issues? I mean, you're talking phosphorus runoff, but can you go into the issues there?
Yeah, so we run into this a lot where whenever you redevelop a site, there are certain stormwater requirements, whether it's water quantity, you're addressing water quantity, how much is being run off, or the water quality. And, you know, locally, we want those benefits of having a treatment of some sort on site. And a lot of times private developers end up just purchasing credits, which still meets the letter of the law, but it's not as beneficial. And so what I talk about here is, given that they're so close to the creek way behind, it would be better to have something on site. So we've just added conditions saying if you do recommend approval, they can pick one of the best management practices that DEQ provides that would provide an on-site treatment for the water versus just purchasing credits, which really doesn't provide a local benefit to us.
The creek is at the base of the slope. So
Yes.
Emmett,
Then the site, then
Okay.
yes, behind.
Okay.
Any further questions? I had one quick question. For
Bob.
Mr. Werner, you said city council has deemed that the underlying zoning height, when did this go to city council and what
No,
context?
only that's in the zoning ordinance, so.
Okay.
Yeah. And that being, city council adopted that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It's not just for this specific project? That wouldn't surprise me, so, anyway. Would you like, let's hear from the applicant and have the public hearing, and then we can go into some discussion or questions for the applicant first.
After the
Okay.
public hearing?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well, we'll have the applicant, questions for the applicant, public hearing, then discussion.
Okay,
Again?
got it.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I guess it's my time. To begin, I just want to welcome the new commissioners and wish you the best.
Thank you.
Okay. I wish to begin this presentation with the project overview. And what I'd like to point out are a few things where we are and what we heard. In March, we had the working session with the Planning Commission, the community meeting, the neighborhood meeting, and the Emmett Streetscape project, which I'm a steering committee member on that. So that is the outline that we're going to proceed with. It's going to give us a lot more information as we proceed through our program. Next, I want to introduce my team here. I've got Jake with Water Street Studios, landscape architects, Daniel with civil engineering, and Neil with NBJ Architecture. To begin, I extend my sincere gratitude to my team, my former staff, and local guests of the XL Inn & Suites, and most importantly, my family and friends who believe in me. Respected citizens in the audience, planning commissioners, Heather Newmeyer, and the city staff, thank you. On a mere chance opportunity in 1981, my parents met the owners of the University Lodge Motel, which led to my family acquiring the establishment. After 36 years of proud ownership, our beloved XL & Suites was shattered in mere hours on May 4th, 2017. With outpouring support, we remain true not to give in nor give up. Thus, I'm here in front of you representing the Gallery Court Hotel. The Gallery Court Hotel represents an absolute, unique opportunity for many, including my family, the city, the university, and the community. A family-owned boutique hotel that will forever retain its glory and for being at the most dynamic location in the city. Additionally, Our personal support to nonprofit organizations speaks for itself, and for which, with the new project, shall further solidify the goodwill to many more, including SPICMA UVA, Indian Association of Charlottesville, and the American Cancer Society. Today's travelers seek out relevance when choosing hotels, and we hope soon Charlottesville's annual 3.3 million overnight guests can benefit by having a brand new upscale option that pays tribute to Charlottesville's celebrated culture and history when they visit our city and the university. With a purposeful intent, the hotel is aptly named in respect to the 1951 established Gallery Court Motor Hotel, which you saw on the first page. To date, one of the most productive outcomes in this process has been the March 14th workshop before the Planning Commission, along with the community meetings. The valuable guidance which we have achieved has been incorporated and fully represents our project. Respectfully, my team and I are here before you to gain your approval to the special use permit. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to Neil.
So I'm Neil Bhatt. I'm the architect with NBJ Architecture. And we had been designing a building in this town for the last about 20 years. So we are very sensitive to the architecture of Charlottesville. So our goal in designing this building was to pay homage to the traditional architecture which we see in Charlottesville in the university building. So we're using the traditional material on this project. And when we came to the planning board in March, the feedback which we got was very valuable. So we lost the image, but what we took from that meeting, that workshop, was very valuable. The three takeaways was to activate the street by adding a mixed-use element to it, break up the massing, and step back the building from the street. So what we are presenting today is the response to those three comments. We added the retail portion to the building, which possibly will be a cafe, but it also adds a two-story portion of the building which will relate to the pedestrian scale. So from the pedestrian scale, the building will only look 2-story tall, and it steps back the main facade away from the pedestrian. So we have achieved basically three things by adding the retail portion. We broke the mass up. We introduced the street activation by adding a cafe type of function at the retail. And now the main building is stepping back away from the pedestrian mass. And with that, I'll let Jake talk about, we can talk about the other four other facades. As we heard before, that we have provided a large setbacks on the two sides of the building. So any facade on any side is not a big mass of wall, but we have it's unique and articulated facade. On the railway side, about 2-story of that garage will be hidden by the railway. And other side, obviously, also facing a creek. And upper levels are only visible, which is articulated with glazing and windows. So with that, I'll let Jake talk about the streets.
Thank you. So one of the requests that we received from the public was to do a more expanded study of the context and just understanding topography, and as was mentioned before, about kind of the grades around and the context of the buildings. And most of the buildings around here, as you can see, there's a mix of large parking garages. There's a very tall UVA drama building with a flyout. It sits pretty high up on the hill, and then existing Cavalier Inn and some low-scale buildings too, with a restaurant and the old service center. And so the green and yellow lines kind of cut through the sections, and those are reflected above the image. So you can kind of see relatively what those heights might look like. And some of these, another person asked us to look at, what is it going to look like in the future? And they showed us this, the UVA planning study for the Ivy Corridor buildings, and wanted us to extrapolate. We can't really see what will happen for sure in this area, but we looked at some materials that were provided to the public from a January meeting that showed some massing and conceptual studies that we sort of did our best to extrapolate what that potentially could look like think, again, it's highly speculative. So we just wanted to show that, this building, the neighborhood now is a mix of high and low, but it seems like things are moving in a really exciting direction and a lot is happening in this area, and there's a potential for things going a lot more vertical. So going down to the pedestrian level and the streetscape, we're really trying to make this the best possible streetscape we can, following on the Streets of the Work guidelines, like was mentioned before, going with a wider sidewalk than is the minimum required by code, and adding a planting buffer to really create a better walking environment along a busy street, incorporating a really nice outdoor patio too that will create a social space for the neighborhood and create a nice place that you'll get eyes on the street and a community amenity that doesn't exist right now, where people who are walking back and forth to Lambeth dorms can stop and grab a bite to eat or meet friends. So it really puts a lot of the life up in the street, as we are asked to do. And the next slide shows too, just a little bit zoomed out view of that. We really want to incorporate some convenient bike parking to help encourage multimodal transportation, and we're incorporating the 5-foot bike lane as well on the left side of the image. And we're really concerned about safety too, and a public comment was to actually add a visual alert system for drivers as they're exiting the parking garage, and so we'll incorporate that too, so that everything's thought about and really considered for the pedestrian. And then swinging to the south side, we also are activating this with another outdoor amenity space with seating, more additional bike parking that potentially could be a bike share system if UVA is interested in expanding their network. It'd be a great partnership that we could have potentially with them, or just creating a nice space too where you can watch the playing fields are just adjacent to this view, and you can listen to the marching band. It's quite loud, but it's kind of a fun area that will be a nice public space.
Okay, I'm going to try to talk about traffic a little bit and some engineering background elements as a part of the site plan. So traffic has been a topic that's come up in a number of meetings. People are concerned about traffic generation and just traffic in general in the corridor. And lucky for us, there's this adjacent project called the Emmett Street Streetscape. We have some great data from which to pull on the existing traffic volumes and what's happening in that corridor. And so the current hotel, or the hotel that was there, was 40 rooms, and the proposed hotel is 72 rooms. And that does indicate a not twofold increase, but it goes from, I think there's about 25 extra peak trips per peak hour. But when you look in that in the broader context, I'll be real fast. Basically, there's so much traffic in the corridor already that the 25 extra trips from the hotel are a drop in the bucket. 1.21% increase in trips in the peak hour. Hardly anything. Can we I'll stop quickly? Okay, good. Great, that was really annoying. That's probably supposed to be really annoying. Okay, stormwater has also been a concern. Now, we can go really deep into that. That can be a thing unto itself. Obviously, there's some major stormwater challenges already in the area. You can drive a boat down Emmett Street in a big rainstorm. So that's going to be solved by the Emmett Street Streetscape and UVA's work, hopefully. But the watershed is huge to this area, 161 acres. Our site is 0.57 acres, 0.3% of the watershed. That said, we are reducing our runoff in the post-developed condition. We will no longer be discharging any water into the right-of-way, so that's an improved condition. Furthermore, the parking will be internal to the parking garage, so a lot of that pollutant load that can wash off of a surface parking lot will not be washing off because it won't be getting rained on. So that's, we don't get credit for that, but that is a benefit. And then the tree canopy interception, we can spend time on that, but that's something that will help, small rain. Okay, I'm almost done. We'll go on. V-Pools on the steering committee for the Emmett Street, so we're coordinating there. We've had a number of meetings with UVA, we're coordinating there. Everything seems to be on the up and up. Summary, activated streetscape. We had a cafe and a vibrant landscaping. We've broken up the massing. We stepped the building back from the street. If you want to hear more about the concerns, we can just quickly read through these. We feel like the topography works to our advantage with the 80 feet. Traffic increase is hardly measurable, kind of like the view shed. Pedestrian conflicts at the sidewalk, we're going to mitigate that with a rapid flashing beacon. Stormwater runoff, that's its own thing, but it's better. public benefit, vibrant street, hydrologic patterns that are better, shade trees, so on and so forth. You can read it for yourself. Largely, it's a family-owned business. It's been in operation for a long time. It will continue to be that way. So we think it's a good candidate for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Do commissioners have any questions for the applicant?
I have one question. The issue of a possible vertical green screen to mitigate what visual impact there is, possible, workable?
I guess what I understand is the green screen was suggested as at the lower level. And instead of a green screen, what we are proposing is actually a different material, which is, this material will allow, it's basically metal panels with slats in it, which also allow the ventilation to the garage. And purposely, we have used very contemporary material versus the brick and cast stone, which we have proposed on the rest of the building. That is to visually break that mass down so that the scale of the building gets cut down into literally into half. And because this mass projects out, you're actually only viewing the two-story building while walking on the street. So I guess we are achieving the same thing, but they're using very contemporary material instead of the green screen. So.
Just a follow-up. I believe you were successful with that. I don't see any issue from the pedestrian perspective. I think it's great. I'm speaking specifically about the vertical element. We're talking about the additional 20 feet, 60 to 80 feet.
If you look at the top portion, if our concern was the top portion, that's where we are using our classical model of a base, a middle, and the top. In the top floor, we have purposely changed the material at the top, so it kind of and a lighter material which mitigates the impact of the height, and you visually only perceive the building up to the red brick at the top.
Thank you.
Okay.
So I just had one question. Where are you guys in your position as far as the stormwater management? Are you gonna
speak in the mic?
Sorry, I was just curious as to what were your thoughts on the stormwater management? Were you gonna buy the nutrient credits or try to come up with a solution to solve it on site?
So right now, this project is fully in compliance with the stormwater criteria by virtue of two things. One, it actually reduced its impervious surface, believe it or not, because right now it's a massive paved asphalt parking lot throughout. So we met our stormwater quantity goals simply by the reduction in impervious surface. Water quality is not being specifically addressed on site with a structural BMP as was recommended in the staff report. It could be incorporated, most likely with permeable pavers under the outdoor cafe areas, and you can run the roof drains into the permeable paver field, similar to what they did on the hotel at the corner of Cherry and Ridge McIntyre. They have some similar detail there. So it could be done.
So my question to you is,
yeah,
where are you leaning to? Are you leaning to getting the credits or doing it on site?
Well, clearly, the preliminary site plan we developed had us purchasing nutrient credits. It was a really small nutrient load. It could probably be accomplished on site with a permeable paver field if it was a specific request.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is that exactly what the staff recommended? I'm not sure I understand the answer.
The staff recommendation, if I recall, just said to refer to the state accepted structural BMPs. There's a number of them to pick from. Permeable pavers would probably be a good selection for this site.
Any?
I don't think it's a question for Dan so much as the owner or someone else. Talk to me about the cafe and the operation of the cafe, the clientele that is being attracted, what kind of food services is going to be provided. I see no kitchen involved with the floor
That is
plan.
correct, no. The roughly, I believe it's 700 square feet. The cafe is really envisioned to meet the initial conversations we shared. Ideally speaking, it's meant as a gathering space, so we're not interested in a full kitchen. We would actually love to partner with a local entrepreneur to come in there and provide a cafe shop, and that would be available to, and it will become a public space for students, community members, folks coming to the university of that nature.
So it's not meant as a breakfast place for
Oh,
the
no, absolutely
hotel
not. Absolutely not.
occupants?
There is a different space for that, which is on the third level, facing the south side, which is a hotel-specific breakfast area reserved for guests only.
Thank you.
What is your vision for the deck on the top floor? I think there's a deck on the top floor that's.
Okay, so there are two decks, correct. The south side deck, if we have, can we flip? Yeah. Yeah, let's go to, or is there another visual? Yeah, the south side is right here. That is where the breakfast area is on the third floor, the third set of windows up. And the deck really is an extension of the breakfast room area for folks to just enjoy the moment or the area, which overlooks the university and the tennis courts, if you could see that. The other deck facing the Emmett Street is a result of the cafe space. And as Neil pointed out, that material that we're using, looks like black or brown material, is really, behind it is the parking garage. But it does create a deck on top of it. So the third floor facing Emmett Street is the community meeting spaces, and it's a spillover for anyone from that space to come over onto the deck side facing the Emmett Street.
Ooh, there is no deck on the top floor then. I thought I read.
Are you referring to the? Oh, I'm sorry.
Rooftop bar.
Okay, I call it roof. And I want to be clear, we're not in the business of a bar or operating a bar in a sense. So we're going to refer to it as a rooftop snack bar, and that's what we're going to operate. That is one of the components in obtaining a brand for this project. And it is an upscale brand, and no bones about it. But that is a component. So the rooftop snack bar is, again, serving and will be to the benefit of the guest only. It is not intended to be marketed as a bar in the open public, nor will it be advertised in any signage that we put out.
There won't be any kitchen there. There won't be any kitchen there.
No kitchen. Yes, that is correct. No kitchen. And we mentioned snack bars, so you might ask, where's the food going to come from? And that's going to come from our third floor breakfast room kitchen that will serve pre-made food items, snack items.
Will you have any meeting or event space?
Yes, we do. The event space is right above the cafe, that third floor right there. I believe it is 34,000 square feet of meeting community space. And then that deck on the Emmett Street side will serve that space.
So that would be conferences, weddings,
It could
receptions?
be well, everything's going to hinge.
That sort of thing?
I'm sorry?
That would be the purpose?
It is. It is a purpose for it is a purpose for outside groups, weddings. And the intent really is that space was created due to the parking garage. And Neil can explain it better, why we created that space. As the parking garage was designed, that space became available, and we could not put guest rooms in that area, and he can better explain that. But the community meeting space will be open to anyone who wants to, rent it or will make available. But one of the criterias will be parking. We would actually encourage those who book that facility for parties, engagements, or whatnot to also be our guest, to mitigate the parking issues.
I have a quick question. With the anticipation of not having a full-service kitchen, do you have any plans to obtain a liquor license or anything like that?
The liquor license will be obtained for the rooftop snack bar, yes.
Okay.
So how much of your parking is above what you would need to service your anticipated number of hotel guests who would be bringing cars?
At the present, we show 72 rooms in this design, and that meets the 1-to-1 ratio. Having operated there for 30-plus years, over the years, we've come to realize that there are many guests who come by other methods besides cars.
Mhm.
So we see that as a benefit, and we believe the program that we put out, ensuring that, assume everyone brings a car, we'll have every guest occupied. We will also control the meeting space in that we're talking about. If we do have parking issues, we'll mitigate any parking issues with the use of the meeting space, and we may deny renting it out.
I see. So at this point, it would be for internal use only, it wouldn't be a for-pay garage, or are
The
you?
garage itself is internal use only. That is
So I couldn't decide that I was going to pay to park there and attend a sporting event, for example?
That's not available.
Okay.
I have a question for Ms. Newmeyer. We have seen, and I'm trying to rack my brain, we have seen some concepts of what is across the street. So, and the parking deck at this time is 60 feet?
I think it's 55.
55?
Yeah.
But what we've seen is a new arts
Mhm.
something.
It could be an art, yeah.
Right. And what did we see? There's not really been a height designation on that yet?
They don't designate a height.
Yeah.
But if you, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we don't know what that height will be?
We don't know. In the massing diagrams that I've seen, it does sit a little higher than the parking garage, but that could mean anything,
Okay.
really, right?
Okay. Any other questions of staff or the applicant before we? Sure.
I have a few related to bikes. So we'll talk about bikes. So for the U-Bike potential, working with the university on that, has that been discussed at all at this point with anybody at the university, or?
No, we've not discussed
Okay,
the
yeah,
portion yet.
that was my thought. I just wanted to make sure that we've given no commitments, and obviously that would be something we'd have to.
We'll be highly motivated to that.
Understood, yeah, but it's one of those things we'd have to really study the feasibility of, and that has not been done yet. And then in addition, kind of related to that, as another option, have you looked at like providing bikes, kind of like the Graduate Hotel does, as kind of an alternative?
We did
way
discuss that, and that is a viable option as well.
Okay, and then finally, so I wanted to understand your thoughts on the 5-foot bike lane and possibly increasing the planting strip to 5 or 6 feet if for the large canopy recommendation, and then maintaining the 7-foot sidewalk. Would you be able to do that within the existing site constraints?
I'll let my team members answer that.
Yeah, we can speak to that. So there's a couple ways you can get that. Basically, what you're looking for with the trees, large canopy trees, is soil volume. And so you can either create that by making the buffer wider, or you're going deeper and going under the sidewalk and creating volume, basically through soil treatments like silvicells or structural soils. And definitely something that we would look into and make it happen if it's something that felt strongly about. And but yeah, there's a little bit of space that we could wiggle against the building to maintain the 7-foot sidewalk and get the tree, but not much. But we'll look at going underground to expand that soil volume number. Anything to add?
I'll just briefly add to that. The current 4-foot buffer with the 7-foot sidewalk, a couple things of note. As currently shown, there is a 2-foot wide permanent easement Mr. Patel will be donating to the sidewalk because the 2 feet of it are on his property. So he's going to still meet the Streets That Work guidance by providing the permanent pedestrian easement through that corridor. What we've looked at is that we could accommodate a 5-foot planting strip and shift everything 1 more foot, but that's as far as we could go before you get into the door swing for the cafe. So we wouldn't want the door swing basically being in conflict with the pedestrian. So there's a little bit of wiggle room there. We can work through that if there's some specific ideas or recommendations.
Great, thank you.
We've had some public comment expressing consternation that there's no public benefit to this project, which is not the rule that we are using. That is not how we measure to make this decision. But could you speak to that issue?
Yeah, I'll let Daniel.
It's a good point, because it's not a criteria, but I think if we had to boil it down, the public benefit could be described in a couple ways. This is just from my perspective as a civil engineer, so I'm sure there's others. I think one public benefit would be that we are no longer contributing our runoff to the Emmett Street right-of-way, which has runoff problems already. So we are doing our part to mitigate the flooding along Emmett Street. I think secondly, I think activating the street edge in general is a public benefit and creating a space that townspeople, pedestrians, students, neighbors can use as a public benefit in general. I think the incorporation of the street trees is a public benefit and an environmental benefit. So I think if you really start to read between the lines, there is things that could be considered a public benefit. This is a public domain. This is a space that we all share. So those things are in the public realm. And I think there's a benefit to two sides on this. The curb line is not moving between our site now and the Emmett Streetscape project in general. So that's a benefit to the city's project and our project, in that they know that they have the space for the bike lane. We know that we have the space to meet the Streets That Work guidance. So I think that just being able to accomplish both those projects in a successful manner in front of the hotel is a good thing. So,
thank you.
Sure.
Ms. Newmark, could you answer one more question for me, please? I've read all of this, and I feel like I'm kind of the third party to a story that I don't know the information to.
Okay.
That
I'm
we're
sorry.
dancing around a topic.
Okay.
I don't know the last time we ever looked at private property and said, what's the public benefit? I realize it's in there for the comp plan, but can you fill me on
So we don't look at the public benefit in the SUP recommendation.
Okay.
That's something that is separate, and I think there's been misinformation in general, and it can't, the code is confusing, so I think a lot of times, so let me back up. Critical slope waivers, you do base your vote off of the public benefit, right? With the SUP, there's a list in section 34-157 that goes through, is it harmonious with existing land uses? Does it comply with the existing zoning? Does it comply with the comp plan? So just for the public's general knowledge, that's what you're basing your recommendation off of. So yeah, it gets tricky when you start discussing something that might not be relevant to your actual recommendation.
Then in some of the letters we got, it seemed there's a disappointment that Mr. Patel did not sell to UVA. What, can you
And
give
that
me
is
some
a moot
history?
point.
So
That's a moot point.
Well, that's what I'm
Because
trying
we
to-
can't control that, and we should base our recommendation off of what's presented to us from a developer.
Okay.
So,
And then I feel like I'm not sure this letter from the architect of the university not supporting their sidewalk. Can you fill us in a little bit?
So that was something that was actually addressed at the city council meeting on August 6th, I believe, but that was included just because I try to include every public comment we
Okay.
get from anyone. But that was received, and then our staff, who's on the Emmett project manager for the Emmett Streetscape project, Tim Motch, provided a really great city response, just going through some of the pros and cons on both sides of west and east, and what I'm talking about, so everyone knows. One of the elements of the Emmett Streetscape project is to include a 10-foot shared use path.
Okay.
And from the beginning of the Emmett Streetscape process, it was up for discussion whether it's better on the east or the west side. I won't go into significant detail, but I provided a link to the August 6th report, which did a really good job on saying the city's consultant and the city, after weighing equally east and west side, the city is taking the stance we prefer the west side for the shared use path. So I think the comment there was more leaning towards the east side, which would significantly affect the current project, but also there's a lot more to it. There's engineering concerns and bigger picture, which is why.
So I'm going to ask a question a different way.
That probably wasn't helpful.
If you all know me, then you're just going to know I'm going to cut to the chase.
Okay,
Let's
I'm
cut
ready.
to the chase.
Okay.
University doesn't want to build this wide path because that's going to limit theirs, and these guys are tight on space as well. So there's kind of a little on who's getting this 10-foot wide path.
Yes, and then
Okay.
reality hits too that there's also engineering and construction cost concerns, which is why when there was analysis done, the west side was chosen despite all of that noise.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Okay.
Absolutely. I feel much more invited to the party now. Thank
Okay.
you.
There was also a survey done in the community, and the community voted for the west side
Okay.
as well.
Okay. Fantastic.
And that's Lewis Mountain Community
Okay,
Neighborhood.
okay, fantastic, thank you.
I should say there was a pre-meeting on this that I attended with Councilor Hill to discuss this issue and many other issues.
Okay.
So that may be contributing to the feeling of a second conversation.
What is this meeting, a side, what?
So that was included too, just VPOL wanted to, and I sent an email out offering it up to any counselors or
Okay.
plan commissioners, just wanted to update them on the changes made based off of March 14th.
So
So
a
that was
side
really,
meeting.
yes.
And you were the only one attended? Anybody else?
Lyle and Bill
Oh.
and Heather Hill.
Okay, okay, fantastic.
But you were invited.
I know, but I don't do that.
Can't go to every meeting.
I know. Anyway. Any more questions before we have public comment? Because I feel like we've got some public that would like to speak. You have something, I can tell. Are you sure?
No, it's not a question.
It's a statement. Okay, we're going to get to that because I feel like there's a lot of statements. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the rapid fire questions. At this time, I would like to open the public comment period for both this SUP and this entrance corridor, which we will vote on separately after we have discussion. But is there anyone signed up?
Find out first.
And Ms. Waters, I think you're first.
Good evening. My name is Bitsy Waters. I live at 1935 Thompson Road. I'm speaking tonight for myself and over 90 other residents of the Lewis Mountain neighborhood to ask you to deny the special use permit request for the Gallery Court replacement on Emmett Street. Gallery Court Hotel replacement on Emmett Street. The future development of the gateway area at Emmett-Ivy intersection is of critical importance to the future of our neighborhood as well as to the university and the city as a whole. The names of the people supporting this statement are listed at the end. I will keep it short, but I am speaking for 90 people, so you'll give me like 1 extra minute. We oppose the Emmett Street Gallery Court special use permit for the following reasons. An 80-foot-tall building would be significantly out of scale for this quadrant of Emmett-Ivy intersection, which has been designated public or semi-public in the city's comprehensive plan. Although privately owned, visually this small half-acre site is an integral part of the new gateway the university is creating at this intersection, which on the hotel side of the street is a low-scale green space area and is part of the city's $12 million smart-scale funded improvements to the Emmett Street entrance corridor. It's our understanding that the university purposefully kept the large parking garage they built across the street below 60 feet, the city's height limit for the corridor, even though they were not required to do so. We also have reason to believe from recent presentations and architectural renderings that their future development along Ivy Road and Emmett Street across the street from the hotel site will be set back from the road and not exceed 60 feet. We're a small-scale neighborhood next to this gateway area. We don't want you to set a precedent for supporting even greater height increases than the current 60 feet by granting this special use permit. Special use permits, which provide extra benefits to developers, should also provide clear benefits to the community. In this case, we see none. Recently, along West Main Street and elsewhere, special use permits have brought developments out of scale with surrounding communities. They've pushed up land prices, sped up gentrification, and made preserving and adding affordable housing more difficult, without any clear benefits beyond the additional tax dollars. Many in the larger Charlottesville community expressed strong opposition to these height and density permits for some time. This special use permit is being requested so the applicant can build additional upscale hotel rooms. The proposal calls for a building that covers the entire site with 3 floors of structured parking starting at ground level, leaving little space for outdoor seating, trees, or other amenities, and no pervious surfaces to handle stormwater. All aspects of this proposal are contrary to current city policies related to community character, street-level uses, and environmental sustainability. Traffic-wise, this is one of the busiest intersections in the city. We don't need a larger mid-block hotel complicating what is already a very congested place. On busy UVA weekends, this intersection is close to gridlocked. These are the very times a hotel like this would be busiest, adding substantial new in and out traffic in an overloaded location. Many of us assumed when the fire occurred at the hotel that the university would move to acquire the site to complete their planned gateway development. To date, that hasn't occurred, although the public semi-public use designation in the city's comprehensive plan suggests it's been contemplated, and from a community and urban design standpoint, it's what makes sense. We believe incorporating this site into the gateway would be the best outcome. We realize the Patel family, or anyone they may sell this land to, can use by right zoning to build to a height of 60 feet. However, to maximize return from the site, they want to cover the entire site with a building that incorporates structured parking and is 80 feet tall. We believe this is an inappropriate height and density for this small half-acre site at this particular location. If the land can't be incorporated into the gateway, a rebuilding of the existing hotel with adequately scaled pedestrian sidewalks and trees would have many fewer negative impacts than the 80-foot structure that's being proposed. For all these reasons, we respectfully request you deny the special use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Warren
Beschenstein?
Beschenstein? Thank you for your patience on that one.
Sure.
Thank you for your assistance.
My name is Warren Beschenstein. I live on Fendel in the Venable neighborhood. And I think this proposal is trying to pack too much on a critical and awkward site. It's on the Emmett Street corridor, of course, which arguably is the most important entrance corridor in the city, as first arrivals, new arrivals coming into the city would pass down it into the university area. And once you pass under the bridge, you are in the university area for all intents and purposes. And with the ongoing demolition, that will be all university buildings. The first building, though, which you would see under this proposal is this hotel and the virtually solid brick wall of the north elevation, which is a most unwelcoming and forbidding elevation. And then once in the university area, this would be the dominant building. It would, in effect, be the landmark building in a highly symbolic area, and would be, I think, most inappropriate and misunderstood by the first-time visitors. I think there's another sort of operational concern, and that is servicing of the building. There's no on-grade servicing for trucks, for trash removal, for laundry delivery, for mechanical delivery. Right now, as I read the plans, it will require those trucks to stop on Emmett Street, about where the bus is in the perspective, where there is a access room on the far northwest corner, or else pull up on the sidewalk, compromising, to say the least, the pedestrian experience intended for this area. So I would wish you would carefully consider the symbolic role that this building would play in our larger community, and more specifically, the operational problems that servicing of this building will cause. Thank you.
Thank you. That is all that's on the list signed up for this public hearing. If there's anyone else that would like to speak, if you can come up one by one, please state your name clearly. You'll have 3 minutes, and we'll get through everybody here.
My name is Roy Van Dorn. My firm, City Select, provides guest information to area lodging in the form of brochures, guides, maps, in hotel rooms since 2000. I'm kind of the one person that sees all of lodging, from bed and breakfast to cabins to hotels. Our our role in providing these items is unique that we work with all areas of lodging. We also work with restaurant, shopping, craft beverage, and historic attractions. So we get to see the entirety of the hospitality industry. I'm also on the board of DBAC and a board member of the Virginia Restaurant, Lodging, and Travel Association. So I see it not only from the downtown, but also from the statewide perspective. In this role I play on the board, I collect and disseminate information about area lodging. In the last 5 years, area lodging guest numbers have increased an average of 6%. This growth has several impacts. First, Charlottesville has the highest occupancy rate of any community in the state. It also, because of supply and demand, has one of the highest rates in the state. You would think that with a couple of hotels that have opened up recently, that that would have mitigated the demand, but in fact it has not. We are severely under-hoteled in this community. 20 weekends a year we are effectively sold out. In 2018, we find that the growth in the hotel and lodging industry is flat. And why is that? There's just no room in the inn. You can't grow when you're full. And that is a significant problem for the hospitality industry because we just can't, we're kind of stymied. Besides the lack of capacity in the area, there are several common sense reasons why this project should be favorably considered by the community. First is local ownership. I look back at the last 5 hotels that have been opened in the area, and all are operated by out-of-town operators, owners and operators. We lack local ownership in our lodging industry. We also lack walkable hotels. The strategy is to put the hotels in these big properties in the county and then make people get in cars and go visit where they want to go. We should be looking at places where people can safely park their cars and enjoy walking. Am I done?
Yes, sir.
All right.
You may not be done, but the time is up.
Lastly, not everybody wants a 200-room hotel. There is a need for mid-scale, personable, local ownership, and we encourage the commission to look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come forward, state your name, and I'll remind you of the 3 minutes.
I'll be a lot less than 3 minutes.
Okay.
I'm Tommy Brannick. I'm a native, lived here all but 9 months of my life. UVA alum. And when I was young, I always wanted to live in the Lewis Mountain area, and finally I did after 6 years ago. Roy stole 3 things that I was going to say. Admittedly, I do know the Patel family. I'm a big believer in locally owned businesses, locally operated, locally run. I worry when I see a lot of things that are run by out-of-town areas and big organizations. They're a great family. Their kids went to UVA. They are served on boards, as have I. There will be space in this building where I served on the Virginia Institute of Autism board for 12 years. We used to meet across the street in the Cavalier Inn, and now we can do something like that here since that's been taken from us. The point that Roy made about guests being able to walk, I think is a good one. I live not too far from here, and I have a lot of friends who visit, and we don't have room for them all in our house, and I would love for them to have this place to stay for lots of reasons. But I do think when you come to the University of Virginia, it's nice to be able to park your car and walk. And I just thought I would say, just in a nutshell, I think it's important to support people who support Charlottesville. And I just feel that this family is one of those families. And I have lots of reasons to say that, but I just feel strongly about it. So thank you.
Thank you. Please come forward and state your name. Let's see.
Hi, I'm Bill Rockwell. I'm a resident of Lewis Mountain Neighborhood Association, or the neighborhood, 119 Cameron Lane. and I am a co-chair on the Lewis Mountain Neighborhood Board of Directors. I am representing the board and the association tonight to support opposition of approval of the SUP. In particular, we support and we endorse Ms. Waters' position statement opposing the SUP request, and for all the reasons that she provided therein. And again, that was a document that was acknowledged by 90-plus people, 90-plus residents in the neighborhood. We're not a large neighborhood, so when 90-plus people voice their concerns for their supporting an issue, that's a fairly compelling voice for us. We do well to get that many people at a community meeting or elections. So I'll keep this short and sweet because Ms. Waters has already done a superb job in expressing our concerns in her statement. But I did want to just go over the major points quickly. Again, an 80-foot building's out of scale for that area, and it's out of context for the entrance corridor, regardless of what the university does or does not do across the street. This approval of the SUP sets a bad precedent for supporting other out-of-scale building heights and densities. SUP provides benefits only to the developer and not to the community, and it should. It seems kind of common sense. I mean, direct benefits to the community other than stretching for stormwater credits and things, which are all part of the equation. But again, we see really no clear benefits for the community. For the SUP, SUP special use permit provides an opportunity for increased traffic in an already congested section of road and intersection, especially in light of some of the proposed uses. It's like the Magic Garage. I don't know how it's going to support all the residents and weddings and conferences and that cafe. I mean, they're all nice ideas, but it doesn't seem like those are afterthoughts for trying to get the 72 rooms first. And finally, it supports a plan that maxes out the site coverage, leaving very little room for site amenities, even for the project's own purported amenities. And we still contend that it constricts the options available to the Emmett Streetscape by basically providing no wiggle room for creative alignment proposals for road, bike, walkway assignments, or walkway alignments, I'm sorry. And I know there was a reference to the association approving or showing some interest in having the walkway on the west side, but to my knowledge, I don't think we ever really had any kind of a neighborhood input formalized for that. So I'm not sure where that, I mean, I can't represent that the association is in favor of that. I don't know. I'm not
I
sure
don't know
we
if
can.
the association, but there was a survey done as part of the city's look into which side, west or east.
Okay. Thank
Well,
you.
Thank you.
Hi.
Yes. My name's George Snyder. I live at 1941 Lewis Mountain Road. And I came tonight because I live near this proposed hotel. And I'm not on the list of the 90 people in the neighborhood who oppose it, but I should be, so I do oppose it. I just wanted to add my name to the list. It's too big. I'm not personally opposed to having a hotel there. This is just too big. And you have a 60-foot limit. I think you should stick to that. I don't understand why you're going to go to 80 feet. It's just too big. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening. My name is David Waters. I live at 1935 Thompson Road, and I've been involved in the neighborhood discussions. But I want to speak to a slightly different point, which is that I think there's a confusion happening here, which is that the worthiness and community value of the family, of the Patel family, is unquestionable, but should not be confused with the question of a special use permit. Yes, he has a site, a very small site there that he wants to build on, and a hotel there is a good idea. But the idea that it has to then, that we can't honor his membership in the community or the value of a hotel there without giving a special use permit seems to me to be erroneous. As Mr. Beschenstein pointed out so well, this will be a landmark building. This will be the first thing you see as you come towards the university. The rotunda is in the distance. Mem Gym is in your eye line. There are fields and courts everywhere, and there is a large, to your right, a large green space and entrance corridor that will be very carefully designed to be beautiful and welcoming. And to have this be, this very large building, be what you first take in and first respond to visually, and what you look past to see the university or see as you come out of the university, is ill-fitted to the site. A hotel has a lot of value there and is worthwhile. We do not owe anyone a special use permit for their use only. It is a much larger consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? Please step forward and state your name.
I'm Gretchen Paris-Day.
I'm going to ask you to come to the microphone first, okay? It's okay.
I'm Gretchen Paris-Day. I live at 309 Kent Road in the Lewis Mountain neighborhood, and I support everything our neighborhood representative said, and I just want to respond to a couple things. Definitely, it shocks me, Main Street, and I don't want to have that shock every time I come and go by this neighborhood. It's such a beautiful vista now with his decent sized hotel. And the family thing, I agree. Great family. Nothing says they don't sell the hotel as soon as they have the right to make it 80 feet tall. You know, there's no commitment. So that should be a non-consideration. I attended the university meeting, no, city meeting about the walkways. And one thing we all agreed on, I agreed, I liked it better on the hotel side just because the steep hills and stuff on the other side, but there's another player in this, and that's the railroad people. And my understanding was, we don't know what they're going to do, how the bridge is going to get wider, which side they'll make it wider on, where the walkway will go. That's a bottleneck, huge bottleneck. And this hotel, you know, if it proceeds, might proceed solving that bottleneck by I don't know how long and just make it worse. Anyway, it makes no sense to me. The 60 foot is fine and enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Rory Stolzenberg. I live on Water Street between 1st and 2nd. As you guys know, we have a housing shortage in the city. Many new hotels have popped up in places where they could, in theory, build housing. The more hotel rooms that we can fit into this building, the less demand there is elsewhere for more hotels, and the more availability for more housing. Therefore, I support the special use permit and any effort to make buildings like this larger and have more capacity. And I think given the low elevation and the lack of change in visibility from the extra 20 feet, it both makes sense to have this hotel at this size and is in many ways a shame that we can't build it larger. Thanks.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Okay, then I'm going to close the public hearing and open the meeting for discussion. Commissioner discussion. I know we'd have a lot of discussion.
Well, while we have this rendering on the screen, I'm visualizing myself at the southwest corner, the corner closest to us, looking straight up at 80 feet soaring overhead. we've heard a lot about the visibility of the hotel from the neighborhood. I dare say that there are more people that walk down this sidewalk in a day than live in the neighborhood and are affected by the height of this building. And so it's them that I think of when I come to the conclusion that I think this is too tall. And I think it's too close to the street.
Is that what are we discussing the SUP at this point?
I think-
Are we just talking about this in general?
General, I think.
In
there's
general.
General, just, I mean, we've got several
Oh, good.
things
I
to
didn't-
go over. I was.
Got a turn.
Yeah, I just
You wanna-
didn't want to jump in if it wasn't the right place.
We've got some questions that we could go through, the staff recommendation based off the SUP, but we also need to make sure that we address, and we're going to be voting first on the entrance corridor. So,
Well,
Can we talk about that first then, so we don't get?
you want to talk about the entrance corridor first? That's fine. Sure.
If it's okay,
Yeah,
I just.
that's fine. Then we'll talk about the SUP and vote on that?
Sure. Fine with me.
Okay.
Did you want to talk about the entrance corridor?
No, we want you to.
Yes.
You want me to?
I just want to keep it in buckets so I
Okay.
understand.
Well, I'm going to start by saying that I'm sort of disappointed that staff really didn't address this as the entrance corridor, which to me does have certain gateway aspects to it, particularly this one, because the only reason we have entrance corridors in Virginia is, the only reason they're enabled is because they allow an attractive approach to designated historic landmarks, and in this case, it's actually an approach to a World Heritage Site, and that is not a designation that comes easily, particularly in the United States of America, because it's an international designation. Because of our black eyes in the world arena, it's really hard for one to come to the United States, and we have two in our community, and one of them on University Avenue. So that's why we have an entrance corridor. It's the only reason the Commonwealth of Virginia lets us have one. So, and it's the only piece of legislation really that lets Virginians look at aesthetics and that sort of thing, because aesthetics are really not should not be part of Board of Architectural Review. So I feel like the public, and I really want to compliment the people from Lewis Mountain, because I don't feel like they came as NIMBYs. None of them were talking about the view from their house or any of that. I really think they were approaching this as residents of our greater community and what the experience is coming in on Emmett Street or departing from Emmett Street, and the congestion, and the fact that this is out of scale and is not really adhering to the guidelines that we have for our entrance corridor. And that doesn't mean that there can't be some height on that entrance corridor, and I would dare say that we will be going in that direction. But I believe that the vision was probably for it to be a graduated height, that there would be lower scale buildings at the edge of Emmett Street or 29 North, and they might get increasingly taller as they move back and then step back down as they approached a neighborhood. And I don't think that staff really looked at it that way, as the sequential experience of an entrance corridor and what that visual experience would be. I'm also very concerned about the 3 floors of parking, that very valuable university area real estate is devoted to on-site parking. Also concerned about the environmental sustainability, that the credits would be off-site and not addressed on-site. And while we don't have to have a public benefit for an SUP, we should be looking, what is the advantage of granting an SUP? And so something like taking care of the stormwater on site would be, in my mind, an advantage to our community, and perhaps a reason in some instances to grant an SUP. So I have a number of concerns just about it, about the small site, the fact that it will be a signature building because of its location and its adjacent ownerships. And I do feel very strongly we should not take any ownership into account in this or any other SUP, because as we all know, the SUP, it goes with the land, it does not go with the ownership or that particular use. So I think we shouldn't go into this lightly. We should really think about it in terms of the ramifications, implications for the rest of that corridor. I have to say, when I looked at Seminole the first time, it really made me look at that area more holistically, that we have three kinds of zoning going on in the 29 corridor, and I would encourage you, as you approach future land use, again, to think about what are the distinctions between HW and URB and ES, and what is your vision for 29 as you approach the city, the university, and as you depart. And I think that this proposal now is not in keeping with the vision that we have in our documents. So at this point, I'm not prepared to support it.
Can I ask which vision that is? Whose vision?
Well, the entrance corridor vision, which talks about 2 to 4 stories.
Okay, that's all.
Yeah,
I didn't know
I
if it was-
highlighted several places in the
I
entrance
keep hearing
corridor.
about the university's vision, but the
No,
university
I'm not
doesn't
talking
own
about the
this
university's
property.
vision, because that could change, and they aren't subject to our zoning. So, but I do think that if this is granted, we would, as the staff report says, anticipate other applications for increased height on that corridor. And as one of our public commenters said, there are people in the community who would support that. But I think we should do that as a community-wide decision, not on the basis of one application. If that's our vision for the 29 corridor, then we should do it intentionally and not on the fly.
Lisa, I have a question. Is the hotel on Cherry Avenue, was that part of our entrance corridor?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I say that, and it's kind of like apples and oranges, but they're all still fruit, right? So I get it from that neighborhood that maybe this may not seem like the best fit for an entrance corridor entrance. The entrance to one of the entrances to our city, but I also feel like the hotel that's on Cherry Avenue was not the greatest fit either, and it's there. We're talking about shadows, we're talking about height, Dairy Central, and then that other hideous building on Main Street shadows the 10th and Page neighborhood. So I'm on the fence because I feel like, why is this neighborhood any different other than we're looking at the fact that we're looking at the university? We're not looking at this from a city of Charlottesville standpoint. It seems like we're looking at it from that prestigious University of Virginia standpoint. And we're talking about city property. So for me, if it's okay to overshadow any other neighborhood, what makes this one any different? It was already a hotel there. It already had the traffic coming in and out. I just think that it seems like we're putting special emphasis on this because of the location and the demographics of that neighborhood. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. Everybody don't look so happy.
No, you kind of said what I was thinking.
Uncomfortable truth. Thank you.
Yeah.
So the scale of the building really doesn't bother me that much, because I think the topology mitigates that a bit. But the thing that worries me the most, being a business mind that I am, are the operational issues that that building creates. It's from an entrance corridor perspective, a very busy street, a lot of activity coming in and going out of Charlottesville. And getting laundry trucks and restaurant trucks and food trucks, getting trash trucks in and out of that spot is going to be disruptive to a very busy part of our city. So that's the piece about this that gives me heartburn.
That's a really good point. Would it be possible for us to get some clarity on that?
I think that's something that we talked about back in March.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, those were partial questions that we had back in March. Sorry.
Well, I was under the impression that they were going to be able to... Sorry, Kurt. I was under the impression that they would be able to access that entryway to go into the actual development to service the... Because we did talk about that.
That was a point of conversation.
Well, maybe the applicant can speak to that. I just don't
see how you're getting big big trash trucks and laundry trucks and.
So, just as a point of order, to bring back up for questions, are y'all okay with that?
Maybe staff could address it first.
Staff?
If staff is aware.
There was no information given.
Because that was that was a huge discussion that we had back in March.
Because we even talked about the screenings for the
Right.
garbage cans. And
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that wouldn't have been a consideration for
I mean, I can see, the trucks parked on the sidewalk there, like I'm thinking Belmont. I'm thinking, at least I'm thinking Belmont.
In Belmont?
Downtown Belmont.
Don't make me bring up Belmont.
And I can see the trucks parked there and, traffic getting backed up. But again, maybe there's something you guys are doing to mitigate that.
Mr. Smith, do you have anything?
I was going to ask for a thumbs up or down from the developer if that's been addressed. So we run trucks on and off the street.
I feel like there's a will from the commission to have this addressed so we can move
I
forward.
don't have a problem with them answering the question.
Okay.
I just have a problem when answering a question turns into rebuttal.
Okay.
Agreed.
All right, fantastic. I'll
address
yes, please.
So we did actually, when we came for the workshop in March, we did address these issues. So most of the deliveries in a hotel, and we designed about 200 hotels in 10 years last. Most of the city hotels, we were also designer of the infamous Landmark Hotel in town. And that has not even as much land.
Not sure that was your best line.
So it didn't get built for a very different reasons than why there's no trash available, trash pick available. But in this case, the garage allows all the deliveries. So most of the deliveries in a hotel comes in a smaller trucks. They will be able to go inside the garage, and we have designed the garage in a way so the lower level will address all the people who are checking in parking, deliveries, all that will be happening within the garage. The only thing you don't really have a control over the trash pickup, which is not picked up by the hotel, but whatever the city trash collecting companies are. Private companies. Now, they probably will not come inside because of the way they operate. We will be storing all the super cans within the property, inside the garage. There won't be a super can lying outside. They'll be inside the garage. Now, how the private trash collectors collect that super cans will be up to them and up to whoever is controlling their business. But we will, if they come in a smaller truck and pick up, they can come inside the garage and pick it up, or they can do as we see all over the city. The super can will be rolled out during that designated time. They'll pick it up from outside. There won't be huge dumpsters outside. They're all super cans, just as it is done all over the city.
I'm sorry, I just wanted to add the private trash collection, it's something that we can gear. We can contract with someone and demand or ask them to pick up at a certain time, not at the peak hours.
Okay. Does that answer everyone's question?
I wanted to point out to Nia that the Planning Commission did not recommend approval of the hotel on Ridge Street. That was a council decision, and I really feel like this project has minimal effect on the Lewis Mountain neighborhood. My response to this is totally as a motorist and a pedestrian on Emmett Street. So I'd just like to clarify
Thank you.
my personal thinking on that, but I can certainly understand why you would feel the way you feel about it.
And let me not say that I'm just, because it happened in my neighborhood, I'm supporting it happening in somebody
Right.
else's neighborhood. I just wanted to make that point very clear. Because it seems like for this project, we're like, but it's the university. Oh well, sorry. Not to be offensive to you, but
Right, I
that's
understand that.
just how I see it.
Yeah.
Well, and I think part of the staff's comments too addresses the opening of the door, so to speak, for, I know Ms. Greenblatt doesn't like the zoner to vacuum and interrupt. Sorry, we need to get him to clip him on the shirt. So, I mean, if we looked at it in a vacuum, I think it makes a lot of sense. But since we can't and we don't, it being the first of several things that will likely come to us in the area looking for additional height, I think also speaks to the more practical element of where it is, and from an entrance corridor perspective, that not really having anything to do with UVA, but just that existing landscape, is that it would either be anomalous and a big landmark that stands out, or the first of many, and I'm not sure that either is a positive outcome.
So, please.
I was just going to state that you're right, I don't like to zone it a vacuum, for sure. And I also like to know that, our special use permits are not for the person in front of us. So my only thing is that, in reference to the university, whatever happens on that property across the street will not come to us. It'll
Right.
come to us as a courtesy. They could go build 100 feet.
And that is where I was going to lead us, because I would really love to maybe hear a little bit from the university, since we're not doing this in a vacuum, to see what the university or what Bill thinks about this as it relates to what's going to happen across the street.
Well, I think Heather summed it up, and we know we've created building sites across the street, which were in the packet. We don't know how high those are going to be. I think when we looked at it, we were looking at lower towards the street, stepping up towards the existing parking garage in the back. But that was playing off of Ivy Road, probably more than Emmett Street. So Emmett Street has the one key site that is where the Italian Villa used to be. And, there's no determination how high that would be. It's going to be more than one story, I can probably guarantee that. But beyond that, the use that goes in there will have a lot to say with how high it needs to be. And right now, we just don't know. But what we did do with that site was to leave that corner at Emmett and Ivy open, and it has evolved into a stormwater kind of mitigation facility as well, but it has always been, in our planning, seen as an open space to kind of complement what is on the other side with Cars Hills Field and the properties that we do control. So with this building, I wouldn't say we anticipated a building that looked like this or that was this high ever to be there, but we don't own the site, so we can't really say, no.
And just for
Does that help you?
clarification, the university also does not have a limit as to how they can go, how high the height can go across the street, correct?
That is correct, but I will
Okay.
say we have kind of, talked about staying as much as we can within the existing zoning at the 60 feet. I could see it going a little higher against the parking garage potentially, but it depends whatever goes there. We haven't figured out those programs yet.
But right now, we don't know.
We
The
do
only
not
thing
know.
we do know is that you have the option to go higher if you want to, right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
So I'm just trying to think of it from a very limited scope perspective of if the intention of the SUP vehicle is to sort of supersede the existing zoning to more accurately match what we envision, is deploying the SUP for, what's the benefit? I guess I'm trying to understand.
To deny the benefit, what's the benefit to deny?
To approving.
To approve.
To approving. I obviously understand the benefit to the applicant. I'm just trying to.
Okay, I'll just tell you where I'm thinking about this, because I also have I have less heartburn about the height. I do have a little bit of heartburn about there not being the step back, which is what we look at a lot. But to be honest with you, after council approved that thing on West Main, it feels like all bets are off. And that thing is so close, but we need to try to do a better job and see where that goes once it moves on the track. In my mind, for this hotel to have more rooms, we're already losing the Cavalier Inn right there. If you think about, and this is what I've been thinking about, if you think about it as far as where it's located, and people drive in, park their car, they can walk to the Colbreth, they can walk to this whatever new arts, they can walk to the football game, they can walk to the basketball game, and they can walk downtown to the corner. They don't really ever have to get back in their car. So from that aspect, it's very, to me, seems like it makes sense to have the increased hotel rooms for that. Because as we know that, most of our hotel usage is probably from the university. So.
And I asked that not from a devil's advocate perspective, but just trying to lay out the
Right.
question.
And so for me too, I mean, Roy made a good point, is we look at this and we think, and we talk about this all the time about how, at some point, this does need to happen closer to the university, as opposed to taking up some of the properties that we do have in our city that we do need housing for. And so I'm struggling because I'm not the biggest fan. I mean, the cafe part did add some. I don't mind the parking in the back. It doesn't bother me. It's 3 stories. I think they need the 3 stories again. Fly in, have a hotel shuttle, whatever, bring to the, but you don't really need a car. Based off of probably who's going to stay there. I do hate that wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that point's well met. I mean, for every,
Yeah.
for every unit that's not in here, it's
Yeah.
it's another home that's bought and flipped into a B&B.
Right. And that's the other thing is, so.
We are developing a smart street plan for Emmett, and based upon our streets at work, it will be a 6-foot wide planting bed for large canopy trees, and a 10-foot wide sidewalk. So I'm just looking at this also as how it connects in that pedestrian path, that pedestrian experience going up and down Emmett. I want it, and also the viewscape from Emmett. I'm wanting to see a consistency going up and down Emmett, and I think that adds to the impact of a entrance corridor, is that consistency, that uniformity.
But am I right, and please tell me, is this not university-owned property?
Mm-hmm.
So we talk about consistency, we don't know whatever's gonna be there. So while right now the consistency is what the university has decided to leave as open space, somebody could come in 3 years and say, we need to build dormitories right here, 10 stories tall. And
But
there's no control over it.
The university's working with the city on the Smart Street
Right.
plan going up and down there, and I understand they're working well together. Why can't we trust that they're going to come to an agreement?
Trust.
Yeah, I mean, we have no guarantee, but we do have some plans that have been
Right.
shared with us, so I think that saying it will change in 3 years is probably not likely. It's certainly possible in 30 years it could change. I think,
Oh, good
again,
gracious.
what concerns
Yeah.
me is that we are diverging from entrance corridor issues, and we're dealing with very valid issues about housing and the local economy, but we're not really approaching this as the entrance corridor review board. We've sort of diverged into being the planning commission. And one of the things that I don't think we do very well is to, when we're reviewing something for the entrance corridor, we're not looking at it as part of the corridor, we're still looking at it as an individual design for an individual site. And I think if you look at this with the sequence of the entire corridor, it doesn't work and it doesn't follow the guidelines.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly.
And so I'm ready to make a motion, we just put it out there and see how we all
You need to
fall
let
out.
me do the entrance corridor review.
I have a question.
Gavel into that before.
Oh, right, we didn't do that, okay, sorry.
Right.
I
We've
thought
just
I'd
been
move
in
us along because
discussion,
we have
yeah.
some
We've just
complicated
been in
stuff later.
discussion, so.
And this one's fun, but some of the others get real complicated.
Right.
Yeah, I made that request and acted against my own request. So.
I would like to make a comment before we proceed.
Yes.
Just from the design perspective, there's a design principle called facing like. That basically the idea that it is visually pleasing to see two things that are about the same size facing each other. It just, humans like it. I can't explain it. Which is difficult because we have a pretty good idea of what this proposal is, and the other is sort of a question mark.
Yeah.
But we have a vague sense of kind of what height it could be. If we are smaller than that, it will look weird. If we are bigger than that, it will look weird. If we match that question mark, that's a win. I think this matches that question mark.
So.
Say that again, Lyle. I'm sorry, I lost you.
Oh, you were the one I was
You're way
guessing.
too. I'm sorry. Say that again.
Design principle, like facing like.
Yeah.
This will be facing something that the university will build at some point.
Mhm.
Of a massing or size scale, we have an idea of. This seems to match that idea.
The 80-foot?
No.
No.
Does it
With
not?
no setback?
Am I wrong?
No setback. An 80-foot, and the garage is 60 across the street. And I mean, everything I've seen, it doesn't go any higher than the garage, between the garage and the street. So, following your logic, I would go. I would say 60 should be the maximum here.
Except we just heard that maybe, probably gonna go more than 60.
Well, the garage is 60, but isn't the garage
didn't say
more
that.
elevated? The garage is
What did
elevated.
you
isn't it?
say?
I said we haven't determined height, but we have never contemplated going like over 60.
You just said that it could possibly be a little bit higher than
I
the
was being
garage.
honest with you.
Next to the garage.
That's
Next
not
to
the
the
site
garage.
we're talking about. We're talking about the site that's across the street from here. It's shown on the plan that was in the packet. And I haven't seen nothing that would indicate that that would be higher than 60 feet. And that's all I can say, because there's been nothing programmed, nothing designed for that site. But I don't want to be seen as like, we're going to just like bust out a huge building there because we can. I mean, that's never been our, that's never been what
Really?
we've contemplated for this
Oh,
site.
okay. Maybe not for this site, but I thought you was about to say that's never been our intentions as the university. But it's okay.
Okay.
Okay, let's- all right,
Here
we
was my question that I had before we gavelled in. And I'm sorry I've scrolled back out of it, but the problem that I had, not so much with the height, and I like that they added the cafe to give the street a little bit more vibrancy, but it does not fit according to even our staff person in our comprehensive plan. And for me, we have spent so many meetings talking about this comprehensive plan. And once again, we're about to, if we approve this SUP, we're going against what's in our comprehensive plan. That's where I have the heartburn. The height, I can deal with that. I like the fact that it could, leave some other areas for affordable housing instead of another boutique hotel or a cheap hotel. I just have a problem with if we have something in writing, why are we not following it?
Yeah.
It's in the beginning.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. I mean, it
That's my-
doesn't go with the comp plan, it doesn't go with the entrance corridor guidelines. If you don't like them and you want to reform it, you can do that, but do it comprehensively, do it intentionally, not case by case, so that it becomes the de facto standard without thinking about it.
I don't like it when y'all use my words against me, as I fight against stuff all the time. And tonight, you guys want to go with the comp plan and with all the other plans. Here we
Yeah.
go.
I mean, I'm as guilty as anybody. I voted to recommend approval of 3/4 of the high-scale development on West Main Street.
I did not.
And I think that was a case of the domino effect, that once there's one, then that's where you go. But we've also consistently been told by our outside consultants, our economic consultants, that special use permits increase the value of land in our city. So if that's our intention, then that's what we're doing to the 29 corridor.
So I want to bring us back for a second. We've got the section 34-157, and that's for the special use permit. But we are now talking about the entrance corridor. And they did provide us on page 2, the EC guidelines do express concerns for increased height relative to its impact on nearby low-density residential areas. However, immediate adjacent to the site within 500 feet and thus impacted the height, there's several things here. There is a recommendation, and there's suggested motions. So I want us to focus back on that. And if you guys are okay, I'm going to gavel us out of the Planning Commission and into the EC corridor, entrance corridor review board, so that That is where we can focus now. Because we can't focus on the SP. We're not the planning commission. Good luck.
Schizophrenic.
Godspeed.
Are there recommendations for motions specific to the E ECRB?
Yes, there's a recommendation,
Page 2.
page 2, for reasons stated above, design staff is general supportive of this request and recommends approval. Additionally, through the SUP process, the city may apply a more rigid standard relative to mitigating the impacts, including visual impacts of this new hotel. And then there is a suggested motion.
I thought Jen was about to make a motion.
Oh, no, I think I was making the wrong motion.
Wait, okay.
Just like I got confused on the weekend between the two. Between page 2 and page 25.
Right. So we are now in entrance corridor review, and we have that packet which came off of the consent agenda, if you're looking for it.
Mm-hmm.
So if someone were to make a motion, would they be, you're looking for the guidance on page 2 or page 25?
You'd be looking on page 2.
Page 2.
At the bottom.
This page?
If you're gonna need to go, if you're on your computer, you're gonna need to go all the way back up to the top, because it's in the, I'm sorry, Carolyn, it's in the consent agenda. All that packet is in the consent agenda. So it's,
Right before,
Oh,
it's
right.
right before the public hearing item.
yeah,
Right after the minutes, right?
there you go.
Correct.
It's a good thing I read the packet this way.
You go ahead.
It's not the motion I want.
It's not the motion you want? Yeah, then you're gonna have to make up your own motion.
Yeah, because, I did find that strange that there was only one, there wasn't the alternative.
No.
Because it was proposed for the consent agenda.
Of course,
could be,
that's right,
yeah.
because it was part of the consent agenda,
And we moved it.
yeah.
So Jody, what motion would you like to make?
But with the entrance corridor, are we supposed to have alternative suggestions, or is that with the SUP?
So if you don't like the motion on page 2, you could use that motion and remove the word "not" and perhaps get to what you're thinking.
Well, I am, but I'm worried that I need to then add things
It would
that-
be helpful to have reasoning. Yes.
Okay. I move to find that as related to the city's entrance corridor design guidelines, a proposed special use permit to allow an increase in height for the proposed Gallery Court Hotel at 140 Emmett Street North will have an adverse impact on the Route 29 North Emmett Street entrance corridor because of the height being too tall at 80, it should be reduced to 60, and the fact that it is too close to the road, there should be a 6-foot planting bed and a 7-foot sidewalk.
And I just for discussion,
I need a second before
Okay,
discussion.
Can we do all that in a entrance corridor?
Yeah, that's my point was I was going to agree with part 2, but I didn't agree with part 1.
But don't I need a second if we've got a motion on the table? So I'm gonna go back to, I need a second before you all discuss. Or the motion dies.
Aren't we supposed to just be making a motion about whether it would have an adverse impact or not? Can staff clarify, Missy?
Why?
Or Jeff?
Yes, but you also want to clarify why.
What the
Why?
adverse
Okay.
impact is.
And Mr. Alejandro provided reasons
You
why.
gave all the whys, okay.
So I have a motion, and I need a second before discussion.
Second for the sake of discussion.
Wow.
It gives me a lot of confidence.
So, could you,
So what were your 3 points? The 80 feet, the 6-foot,
It should
Oh, no.
stay at 60, or at 60 the maximum height, and 6-foot planting bed and a 7-foot sidewalk.
Can I ask why 7 when I thought it was a 10-foot for the?
Well, I prefer 10, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you're going to give a little.
Yes.
And so
Flexibility.
It's between the 5 and the
You
application
didn't
and the
address
10 on the
setback in
street.
that.
I can compromise.
And I would agree with you on the with the sidewalk and the planting bed. I totally agree with that. Again, scale just doesn't bother me there.
You're against
But
what?
I agree with him on the width of the sidewalk and the planting bed. Totally agree. I'm just not bothered by it. So, for those reasons, I will probably support you. But I'm not bothered by the scale because I think the topology mitigates the scale.
So let me back up. If the motion stands that it does the motion is that it does have an adverse impact. And these are the reasons why, because the building needs to only be 60 feet, 6-foot planting and 7-foot sidewalk. So the motion,
I will vote with the motion because of the sidewalk and the planting bed.
Okay.
But I don't see a problem with the scale.
But you'd be also voting with the.
Because of the planting bed.
But the critical vote is agreeing that it does not, or that it does have an adverse effect.
Right.
Yes, if you vote in the affirmative.
But
you are
also,
voting
the SUP that comes later is specifically for the height, and so the specifics of planting and sidewalk could be added as conditions on the SUP as a potential option.
Yuck.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, is everybody crystal clear
Yeah.
what's happening?
Yes, like our pre-meeting discussions. We've now come up with a definition of clear.
Is it 64% or 70?
I can't tell.
You can tell. So is there any more discussion? We'll call roll.
I'm not ready.
You're not ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I have a question. Do we have any issues with the design we are reviewing?
Because that is interesting.
Well, you guys aren't getting
we-
into that yet.
We don't really have a design to review.
That wouldn't happen
Do
until
we?
later.
Hmm.
If
What are we reviewing?
So at this point in time, you're noting whether the SUP would have an adverse impact on the entrance corridor. Yes
they
or no?
are totally tied. Okay.
Yeah.
So they are totally tied, but right now we're still in ERB, so
That's why I'm not
right
ready.
now, the motion is that the 80 feet would have an adverse impact. But the other things could be conditioned.
What could we?
Can we change the motion?
Yeah.
Well, you can, we have to.
We have to vote first, right?
Yeah, okay,
And
then
if
I'm
it
not
gets
bringing
denied,
that
then
up.
we can do another motion.
That's right.
Or you can amend the motion as well, if you'd like to amend the
If he
motion.
would like to amend it.
But then it would be a totally different motion.
Exactly. So we-
Mr.
let's
Lahonda
just
can
vote.
choose to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
So I still, before I vote, I'd like to understand what you don't like about the motion.
So I guess he's not concerned.
wait, okay. Tell us all.
All right, so if we were going to amend the, well, not me, if they were gonna, all of us were gonna amend the motion, the height, I guess, is not bothering most of us. It's the fact of the planters, the sidewalks, the setbacks, and all of that great stuff. So we could use that as conditions for the SUP, but we first have to vote on if it's gonna be an adverse impact.
Which
Right?
is why I think it makes more sense to probably have the sidewalks, et cetera, in the SUP conditions and have the ERTB motion limited to the height and the SUP and the adverse effect.
Except I think that you're very clear on why your motion is there, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not willing to,
Well, and if you have clear points as to why you think it has an adverse impact, then those can be noted as part of the EC, and you could potentially address those as part of the SUP if you so chose.
Okay. Then I know how I want to vote on that.
But doesn't this, if in fact height is a part of the, part of this motion, then doesn't it die?
yes.
The whole thing dies.
No. No, you all at this point are giving city council a recommendation that it will or will not have an adverse impact on the entrance corridor.
So let's just, let me just.
So that doesn't mean that you wouldn't go on to the SUP. It may mean that you looked at that differently, perhaps. But it's not saying that the other application wouldn't go away.
So we can set it up that it has an adverse effect and then address it in the conditions of the SUP.
That is a potential.
Let me ask this question. Wait, hold on one second. So if we said the height and the planting and the sidewalk does have an adverse impact on the entrance corridor board, and then for some strange reason, we voted to give an SUP for the height of 80 feet, doesn't that contradict each other?
Yes.
No, because you would be recommending that if the SUP is granted, it should be subject to certain conditions. And in those conditions, you could make suggestions as to how the height, the impact of the height could be mitigated one way or another.
So to be clear, I understand the impact of the height could be mitigated by expanding the sidewalks and improving the plantings. Is that what you?
That might be
Setbacks or setbacks. Yeah.
right.
Yeah. I mean, we would be doing a better job than the BAR did on West Main and Water Street, because in most of those instances, they voted that there would not be an adverse impact on the historic district, which was really
Yeah, okay.
quite a stretch. So then, when we needed to come up with conditions for the SUP, they weren't giving us the right kind of guidance, because, I mean, personally, I would have preferred that, yes, it will have a major effect, and these are the reasons why, because then you can craft conditions.
So the strategy is, I think we're beginning to agree here, is to vote based on the two things that Jody's outlined, and then mitigate in the SUP the height with expanded sidewalks and enhanced plantings and setbacks.
Well, maybe.
And that's one option.
That's
and the other
something you
option-
can talk through.
And the other option is that people choose to not grant it. But if they do grant it, those are things to consider, or can that be done effectively? I think we're doing the right thing.
Okay.
And what we
tonight.
send to council
We're doing it
is
the right way,
does
even if
have
it's
an
messy.
adverse impact.
Absolutely.
That's right, okay.
I got lucky.
It is a little bit tricky.
Okay.
Are y'all ready to vote?
I am.
Yeah.
So we have a motion and a second that this will have an adverse impact on the Route 29 North Emmett Street entrance corridor due to the increased height, the planting that needs to be at least 6 feet, and a sidewalk that needs to be at least 7 feet. Ms. Creasy, will you call roll?
Mr. Lahindra.
Aye.
Ms. Keller.
Aye.
Ms. Dow.
Aye.
Mr. Sola Yates.
No.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell.
Aye.
And Ms. Green.
No. So I'm going to, that motion passes 4-2, that it will have an adverse impact on Route 29 North Emmett Street entrance. And I will now gavel us out of the entrance corridor review and back into the planning commission for the SUP discussion.
I'd like to make a motion.
Go for it.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Do y'all need more discussion?
We
Well,
can
you can
always
make a motion,
discuss
we can
after the
chat
motion.
Yeah, make a motion, see
So
what happens.
I would like to make a motion to approve the additional height of the 20 feet for the SUP with conditions stated about the setback, the plantings, and the sidewalk width.
And I would like to offer a friendly amendment.
Okay.
I would like to also add the conditions outlined, the 6 conditions outlined by staff on page, what page was that, Heather?
24.
On
I'm
page
going to hold you
24.
for a second. The amendment has to be made after the second.
Okay.
Okay, so, all right, I'm going to get your motion and see if we've got a second.
Could I ask for
Second.
clarification?
Sure.
I don't think we've discussed setbacks.
But we can.
Right, but I think the motion,
Or we can discuss it and you can
Okay.
amend it if you don't like it.
so.
Well, I guess the reason I added that to that is because that did seem like it was
Okay.
a big issue.
Okay,
And
so
that if
the-
we could mitigate that, then maybe the height may not be as much of an
Okay, so
issue.
you weren't referring to a specific setback?
No,
Just
not at
setback
all.
in general?
Mhm.
Okay.
So I'm gonna have, if you guys would go back to 24 and 25 before we get deep into this. I'm not trying to take away your motion, I just want you to be there, everybody be together in the same place. There is there's some recommended focus that we need to do, and then there are conditions set forth by staff, and then there's that motion, a recommend approval, which is what Ms. Dow has done, and I want to make sure your motion is clear so that we can either get a second or get a no or whatever. So,
And these were the six additional items that I was going to amend her motion with.
okay.
Do I need to read all 6 items?
No.
Just tell us, reiterate your motion, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All
And I'll
right.
amend it.
Well, we got a second if you got a second.
I will second it. and I'll amend it.
My mama would say, you ought to put the cart before the horse.
Okay, y'all ready? I move to recommend approval of this application for a special use permit to authorize the additional building height of 80 feet at TM8P, subject to the 6 conditions presented in the staff report, which include: the developer shall find a U-Bike station at the subject property. The developer will comply with one of the following options: to widen the curbside buffer along Emmett Street to be 5 feet in width. The dimensions of the curbside buffer reflected on the site plan prior to site plan approval, or utilize the proprietary method that ensures adequate soil volume in the 4 feet width buffer. The proprietary method to be approval of the city urban forester reflected on the site plan prior to site plan. Any proposed lighting to locate at the proposed rooftop snack bar shall comply with the following spillover light from luminaries, etc. The developer will ensure space is allocated for future 5 feet in width bicycle lane along the frontage of the subject property on Emmett Street. The developer will provide on-site water quality treatment, and the developer will detail in the site plan how existing vehicles from the parking garage will be warned of oncoming pedestrian traffic prior to the site plan approval.
That is our motion. The next step is either second or not.
Second.
Okay.
And that's a complete motion.
Now we have a complete motion. Now, if you'd like to offer a friendly amendment, it's
The only thing I'd like maybe to expand upon is the part about on-site water treatment. Is that enough to get us where we need to be based on your recommendation? Okay, cool.
The only thing I would offer is that when we, the motion for the entrance corridor talked about, instead of at number 2, a 5 foot
it was 7
buffer, it was 6, and then we would need to add number 7, a 7 foot sidewalk width.
I would accept that friendly amendment.
So, just to be clear, I've asked for the amendment was to change number 2, 5 foot curbside buffer, and adding number 7, a 7 foot sidewalk width. And you have accepted that amendment. Yeah.
And he has seconded.
And you've accepted, do we need to vote on that?
No.
Okay.
We need to vote eventually, but.
Okay. We are gonna get through this.
Technically, we do, but anyway. If we're using formal Robert's
Are
rules.
we, okay, all in favor of accepting the amendment and voice acclamation?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
But I think it counts.
5, 4, 2. 4, 2. So that motion passes to accept the friendly amendment. Now, we are at a motion, an amendment, and a second, and a passage of that. So,
I had a couple of notes that I made, and this doesn't imply that I've made up my mind that I'm going to support the motion, but I would throw them out. One was, would we be interested in a condition that this would not be a pay parking garage? Or do we care?
I think that's a very good amendment.
Not pay.
That it's for guests and only? Just because we're concerned about congestion on 29. I'm just throwing it out. The other being, I know there's something about a site plan for exiting vehicles, but are we concerned about left turns coming out of this? What that does to that very busy intersection where we've all sat in vehicles or tried to cross the street as pedestrians?
Have you, was that in any kind of report from a traffic engineer?
It was not. That's just
Yeah.
from personal experience, and I don't.
No left turns out of the garage?
I'm just throwing it out there, because I sit at that intersection a lot, and I've stood there trying to cross as a pedestrian when I've needed to park in the Ivy parking garage.
Is that only, so let me ask this question. Are you saying that there would be only left turns out of the garage and only right turns in the garage?
I'm not saying either. I'm just
Okay.
throwing it out as to that, to me, exiting traffic,
So you're talking about crossing
crossing
image
traffic
to turn
on
left.
29.
I'm not even sure how and when you could, how many times you have to sit through that cycle. Just
Who's letting you go?
What's that?
Yeah.
Who's gonna let you turn? They don't let you turn now.
Right.
Come in though.
Yeah, I'm very concerned about that, particularly if there are events there and everyone's leaving the reception at the same time. Anyway, that was just something I'm throwing out. And then we did hear how this was going to be serviced on the interior, but we have no guarantee that it would be serviced on the interior.
I was gonna say that.
And those are just three things that occurred to me as we were listening.
From a business perspective, I think that would, you
I,
want to.
uh,
Oh, no, I was just commenting on it from a business perspective. It would be, it's hard to assume that someone would want to put everything out on the curb from an aesthetics perspective.
Again, I may be stepping on your point, but I think your point about the service happening on the inside of the building is absolutely important. You
Mhm.
cannot have cars parked
Yeah.
or trucks parked. So I think that absolutely needs to be amended.
Yeah.
I have a concern about this new setback that we're discussing, additional buffer and additional sidewalk. We can't manufacture that space. That space has to come from something else. What is that coming from? Where does that go to? What are we losing here?
What?
Like, are we losing hotel? Are we
What are you
losing-
saying?
So this is a small space. We are saying we need more roadway in front of the space. That has to come from somewhere. Does that mean we lose hotel? What are we losing? Do we lose cafe? What are we demanding that we lose?
They would have to adjust the floor plan design to accommodate it. So I've only heard that the door swing for the cafe is a problem for getting the 7 and 6. Looking at the floor plan, I think that's easily dealt with. So the floor plan can be adjusted.
I don't think we should look at it as losing space. We should look at it as gaining pedestrian space, which is really critical in that
It gives you
vicinity.
public benefit.
Which we're not supposed to consider. But we can consider pedestrian connectivity.
So we have a motion, we have a second, and we have an amendment. Then we've discussed
And
at
the
least
amendment was Jen's amendment, or was it your amendment? Because I really
my
think,
amendment.
and I really think Jen's amendment's important about servicing being on inside.
So I'm not sure she focused it as an amendment, only suggestion.
Well, I just wondered if other people were concerned about
Yeah.
I
paid
think
parking
that's
for
important.
non-guests, how vehicles turn, how they're allowed to turn, and all service to the interior of the
Can you-
building.
Are you recommending that as an amendment?
Sure.
Okay.
Well, so let's make sure I've got this, we've got the language correct. So we want to add in a condition that, that the parking be guest only, that it's not a paid parking lot. Is that right? Add a condition regarding, left turns only out of the garage? No, right turns only out of the
So
garage,
right
sorry.
turns in, right turns out.
Are you suggesting right turns in, right turns out, or right turns only out of the garage?
I haven't thought about it enough.
Is that something that we would have a condition that says that this should be studied by the traffic engineer to have them make a recommendation, but for the least impact? To consider right turn only and right turn How about that?
I think just to leave it
That's
to the
fair.
traffic engineer at
So
least.
this
It
condition
needs
would
to be
read-
looked at in
All right.
terms of
So the
congestion.
condition would say something like, this should be, entrance and exit from the garage should be studied by the traffic engineer to limit the
adverse impact.
to limit,
Adding to the congestion at this
at the
intersection.
congestion, limit congestion from turns, and we would suggest look at the possibility of right in only and right out only.
Yes, and maybe something about it should be consistent with the smart scale design of the intersection. Then that should cover everything.
Yeah. Okay, and then the third thing would be that the servicing of this establishment would only happen within the interior of the floor parking, and to include trash and any deliveries.
Right, with no blocking of the sidewalk or the highway.
Is everybody crystal clear on that? 64% or 70?
I'm 64 now.
You 64?
Only about the trash, because I feel like even this morning taking my kid to school, I was held up because the trash truck wouldn't pull over. So I feel like you can't, I mean, it's trash. It's one day a week. They've already said that they will try to schedule it during non-peak hours. I'm not gonna die because the trash truck comes once a week. I just don't want to see all the other vehicles blocking
Okay.
Emmett Street.
So, service only from the interior to include trash and deliveries, no blocking of sidewalk, bike lanes, or travel lanes.
Should we do something about that downtown?
I know, right? I mean, there's a lot of places that we should do something about it.
So, Lisa, can I make one comment before we get too far? I just wanted to point out that for condition 1 about the U-Bike station, if UVA, if we decide that it's not a feasible location for a U-Bike station, that would be there would be nothing to that condition.
But it says the applicant shall not be obligated to fund a U-Bike station without an agreement and partnership.
That's what
with
I'm
the
saying.
Yeah.
It would
It's
die.
in there.
It would be, no, I understand that.
Yeah.
I'm just want everybody to understand that there's nothing there if we don't agree to a U-Bike station. UVA. So, just wanted to make that comment.
So what in this motion and amendments has mitigated the height that we voted was an adverse effect under the entrance quarter?
Nothing.
Nothing.
We haven't done a step back or anything. That's right.
And yet, you look at this design, and it's designed to emphasize the verticality of the building and to make it even appear taller than the 80 feet.
But we can make it
Come on.
disappear.
Dan.
Done talking about that.
Dan said the second one.
Well played. Well played.
Dan said, come on.
I cannot support this motion, these amendments. This is too tall of a building. It's designed to be a tall building, and this is the wrong place for it.
So let's get to the, if there's there's some more possible conditions that we need to still get through to add those, because right now those last three have not been added. And then I think the best thing to do is take a vote on that. Does that make sense?
On those three.
Can we read the amendments for?
I'm gonna, yes, well, not just those three. We need to first.
I'm just making those suggestions in case this passes.
All right. So, but Mr. Mitchell has suggested we make those motions. Did I read that?
Yes.
Amendments.
Totally agree.
So, are you suggesting those amendments to the parking, paid only, traffic, looking at turns, right in and right out, and the service from the interior
Yes.
only of the parking garage?
Yes. Yes.
This is a friendly emotion. And would you, I guess I'm asking you to, if you would accept that from me? Okay. The making of the sausage. So we have another amendment to this motion, which is, we've had approved from the first and the seconded. And we just, by voice acclamation, we need to vote on whether this, we accept this amendment, amendment to this motion.
I got a question.
Sure.
Sorry. Mr. Alejandro, my question is for you. Because I feel like this is your area of expertise. So, would you have any recommendations on like setbacks or stepbacks for the building?
Setbacks could mitigate this if they were significant enough. I'm not going to sit here and design it. I can't sit here and design it. I just know that the present design that's up there is emphasizing the height. So, yeah, at 60 feet, have a significant setback, redesign that corner so that it's not towering. Yeah, there are things that can be done.
So it is possible.
It is possible
Okay.
to change the design so that it would be okay with me, but I can't vote for it in its current situation.
Is that something that would be handled, is that something that when we actually go to the entrance corridor review, when it goes through to the design part, could be addressed?
That sounds like an administrative question. I mean, I don't know when it happens, but Missy might be able to answer that.
Possibly, but you've got your fundamental question that they're requesting as part of the SUP, and you've got to think about whether what's generally being addressed. I mean, they're requesting 20 extra feet, and that is the question that's before you, and whether it could get to something that would be amicable.
So if it can be redesigned so that it has significant setbacks at the 60-foot level and change the apparent height, then I'll be willing to look at it and consider it.
So significant setback at the 60-foot level.
Yeah, I mean.
What would you consider significant on a, 50-foot, how deep is that lot?
I would think, 8 to 10 feet.
Seems like a lot on the fly.
There goes
Yeah,
the
we're
breakfast bag.
getting into designing. the
Well, I'm going to push.
No, I'm just saying, I just feel like we should vote.
I think we should, yes.
Not less than 5.
Not less than 5. And again, that's what I'm saying is, is that not something I feel that we've looked at in the past on the entrance corridor review, is to look at that kind of step back kind of situation as a part of that.
So when it comes back to us, is that,
It will
because,
have to
yeah,
come
it
back.
will come back.
Yeah, it comes back to us.
Mm-hmm.
We get to do this again. Fantastic. I need to clean this up because this is still hanging out there. We've got this amendment to the amendment to the amendment. It feels like it.
Well, so currently you all have a motion that includes 7 conditions.
That's right.
And you've considered additional conditions.
3 more.
8, 9, and 10.
Mm-hmm. And that has been asked to be, it's been accepted by the
Those who
motion and the
provided the
second.
motion.
That's right. And so I just want to take a quick vote on that to either add it in there or not. And
What are we adding?
these last 3 conditions
Oh.
that we keep overlooking.
Okay.
Yes, add that.
I need to tie this loose ends so we can move forward.
Right, we need to.
Which are those, please?
That is the not be paid parking. I mean, only guest parking.
Guest parking.
The consideration of right in, right out at the advice of the traffic engineer for the least amount of traffic impact, and the the servicing of trash and/or deliveries to be the interior only of the lower level of the parking, so as to not block any sidewalk, bike lanes, or travel lanes.
Would this bar employee parking?
I don't think so.
No.
Because employees wouldn't have to pay to park, they shouldn't.
Right. Aye.
To be specific.
All in favor of the amendments to add those three last conditions?
Aye. Now, could I ask for clarification? I think I asked this before, but I'm still not clear.
The motion passes unanimously, and now we're back at discussion.
Now, may I ask a question? I
Yes.
believe that Tania's original motion, before she was directed to page 25, included setbacks,
It did, it just was general.
in general.
Because I'm gonna be honest, I don't feel like that's my field to be determining what the setbacks and step backs should
Right.
be. I do feel like that, it could probably make the experience better.
And, yeah.
But I feel like I'm gonna leave that to the
So I just wanted to
professionals.
clarify that that
Yes.
was in your motion.
It was in my original
In
motion.
your original motion, which I think I'm probably not going to support, but I want it to be a good motion.
Okay, thank you.
So do you think the additional 6-foot
So the-
planting bed and
whoa,
7-foot
whoa, whoa,
sidewalk?
whoa. So the motion that Ms. Dow made that was seconded was specific to what was on page 24 and 25.
Right.
The discussion that she had previous to that, which noted the setback comment, was not seconded. So we're working with the motion that's based on the conditions in page 24 and 25, as well as now number 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Well, can we just make that 11?
Yeah. Let's reiterate what that number 11 would be so that we're clear.
Right, what is number 11?
Setbacks.
Number 11 would require it to have, Jody, help me out here.
A minimum 5-foot setback on all elevations.
At 60 feet, right?
At
Above
60
60
foot.
feet. Okay. And again,
So it's a step back, not a
step back, not a
setback.
setback.
That's, yeah.
It's a,
We've already
It's a
had the
regression.
setback with the 6-foot sidewalk.
And
Step back.
6-foot buffer and a 7, so you've got
So it's a step back.
13-foot setback.
step back.
Step back at 60 feet.
60 feet, 5-foot minimum, and all elevations.
All elevations.
For all elevations.
All elevations fit on the property line.
So-
Or that's
Right
facing.
here, you're saying up here, you'd have them go back another 5 feet?
On
No,
the
they're
elevation facing the
already-
railroad.
They're already 5 feet back here, at least.
They're 5 feet here, and they're,
So he's talking about here
and the railroad
and
side.
here,
Yeah.
and then on the back side.
Oh.
It's,
But not the two sides that are inset.
okay, how about can we bring up the image that has the 4 elevations so they can specifically say what they're trying to say?
I can't support that. There's nothing nobody can see from that railroad track.
There we go.
You see it as a pedestrian going down, coming up the street.
Is this set back here? Maybe the applicant can help with that question? Yes, please.
Please.
I think Jody's asking for a step back
Setback,
at 60 feet. On the north and east elevations, there's significant recesses in the building, like 61 feet and 101 feet, where the building right at the property line is only 40 feet. As you can see, like facing the railroad and facing Cars Hill, that's like 40 feet right there. So his condition wouldn't apply to that. I think he's just talking about the building facing Imminent Ivy, where you have, you're
tower.
breaching the 80 feet. You would step back 5 feet at the 60 feet, so that's all the condition is saying. So at any point, the building is 60 feet, you go back 5 feet, and then the rest would be.
Which is already met everywhere except on the
Right
tower.
there.
Right, on the building, yeah.
Does that satisfy you?
Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's the tower that bothers me.
Yeah.
The towers.
Yeah.
Again, and
It
that is not
emphasizes the
something.
verticality and it's monochromatic and.
I'm not a tower designer. What is the point of a tower with step-backs?
Well, it shouldn't be a tower to begin with. That's why.
And is this,
Yeah,
is
that's
this
sort of the
within our,
point. That's-
our
I mean,
purview?
it's silly to try and design it with.
Yes.
I think it's more in the
step
entrance
back.
corridor.
Yeah, we kind
That's
of
why I kept
pushed, we
saying-
pushed Jody in a corner to try to make
Yeah,
it.
this-
Sorry, because he didn't approve it in the first place. I mean, wasn't
Yeah, I
necessarily favorable, and now we've sort of put him on the
But
spot.
what I'm
I
saying
didn't
is,
mean to, but I guess I just felt like from him, I felt like that he would support the SUP if it had, you know, he. To
If
me,
the
I felt like
design was changed to reduce the apparent height.
but let me tell you what we're doing right here. We need to vote on this SUP and not design this building, because we have spent about an hour designing this
Yeah,
thing.
I know.
So what I'm gonna do is ask you guys to make, I mean, this motion is ridiculous at this point. I think the step back, we can address at entrance corridor.
Okay.
And we wouldn't, and that would be something that we do that all the time at the entrance when it comes back, if it passes. I mean, I'm not sure, I don't know. what
Oh,
the-
I'm perfectly willing to leave it more general and say, the design needs to be, the design needs of the corner tower needs to be changed so that it is less apparently high, less, it appears less
But that is an entrance
soaring.
corridor condition.
Then,
No, because the SUP is for increased height, and the conditions should be addressing the outcomes of the increased height,
So-
the effects of the increased height.
so how to reduce it, the design needs to be changed to reduce the apparent height of the building.
I feel like at this point, the applicant has sat through like 3 hours of listening to our wishes and wants, and I think it would be on their part to serve them well to take that information and do what they can with it, and if it passes, to come back with an appropriate illustration of the information that they've heard tonight. Let's just call them, because we can debate this thing.
I agree, I agree. I mean,
So I don't hear a friendly amendment to that particular part of this. So I'm asking, it's a question. I mean, we've,
if it's gonna come before us again, then I'd say let's do it then. It's not my motion, but we could do it ad hoc all night. We have before.
Well, what's it gonna hurt to add that friendly amendment? I mean, it's leaves the applicant with a lot of wiggle room. They just need to make the tower look less imposing. So why couldn't we add Jody's friendly amendment?
I'm okay with that.
It gives them something to work with. So Jody, would you state your friendly amendment, please?
Poor Jody.
My amendment is that the applicant work with the design of the tower at the southwest corner of the building to make it, to reduce its apparent height.
I would second that friendly amendment.
First off, it has to go to Tania. Do you accept that friendly
sorry.
amendment?
Absolutely.
Okay, I second it.
Yes. By voice acclamation, all in favor of the friendly amendment? Aye.
No.
Aye.
Can we vote now?
Says 5-1. What is that right? 6-1. The motion passes to accept the friendly amendment. So now we have a motion and a second with 6 conditions.
11 conditions.
11
right?
conditions. I'm sorry, I don't know what I was looking at. 11 conditions.
This is where it would be nice to have those projected.
Correct.
I've been asking for this for 2 years.
You're gonna
I
have
hope
to come
somebody
back.
else picks this up when I'm gone.
You're gonna have to come back every month.
With a projector.
Right.
Well, we could read them if that's what
No,
the
please
group
don't.
desires.
Please don't.
I'm gonna call the question, Ms.
Call the
Creasy.
I'm just going to say, I still think that this building is too tall, is not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. It's not in compliance with the entrance corridor guidelines, and I'm not going to support it.
Okay. Ms. Creasy, does anybody else have to have a dying statement before we call a question?
Anybody else have what? I'm
A
sorry.
dying statement before we call the
Dying
question?
statement. Oh, I can't support it even with my friendly amendment.
Okay.
I have a dying statement.
Okay.
There are so many amendments. Oh my God, I can barely support this.
I know, and I would say to us next time, we might want to have discussion before we do an motion so that we can get all this out on the table and then put it together in the right order. But that's all right, we'll do this. We have 11 conditions, and so what's that?
I said AKA kicking and screaming.
And, Ms. Christie, would you please call roll?
Mr. Lahindra.
No.
Ms. Keller.
No.
Ms. Dow.
Aye.
Mr. Sola Yates.
Aye.
Mr. Smith.
Aye.
Mr. Mitchell.
Yes.
And Ms. Green.
Aye. The motion passes 5-2. I am going to recommend at this time we take about a 10-minute break. And so we'll be back at 9:05.
I want people.
I
want
do
people to talk
hear,
shit.
I don't at the office, but I guess here I get nervous energy.
too.
I just reach for the canister and.
So I'm going to call us back into session. Thank you for your patience.
I drink stuff all day.
And we can move on to our next public hearing. Where, oh, there we go. Which is ZT 18-06-03, temporary construction laydown, a proposed amendment to the text of the city's zoning ordinance, City Code Sections 34-201 and 34-202 and 34-1190 through 34-1195 to allow construction laydown as temporary use in all zoning districts and to provide regulations that apply to this proposed temporary use. Mr. Fabio.
Good evening. Clarification, the proposal is for all mixed-use commercial and industrial districts, not residential districts, I believe is where we stood unless we amended that prior. Am I correct, Ms. Creasy?
Still says all zoning districts, so we might want to make that.
Well, then that is your purview.
I don't know. It says mixed on the request, but on the ad. Does that
And
make a
in the
difference?
ad, it noted all zoning districts. You all can be more specific in the motion that you make.
Staff's initial
And the
process was for all the
and the motions, example motions that are in your packet are specific to the mixed use and commercial. So if you choose one of those motions, then that would be addressed.
That makes sense not to have residential, but let's go through this. So does that make a difference if that is different than what our
You would be limiting, you couldn't do more, of course, you can't do more than all anyway, but you can limit, so.
Okay. Yes, all right. So we're going through the construction laydown. Thank you.
Essentially, this would be to facilitate construction on smaller sites. Sites you just discussed would potentially be applicable since it would fill up the majority of the site as submitted, and there's property next door that could potentially be used in this manner. Provide a space that is not city right-of-way. To provide, I guess, just a little more building area to be able to house the construction area, some of the materials and items that once parking garages are up, they may go in there. Right now, the proposal is for 18 months, renewable. It has to be associated with a project. We loosely defined that based on the ability for it to have public use, such as the Belmont Bridge. That's essentially all I have here.
Okay. So there's not a party to, you're the applicant. Do you have any questions before we have a public comment on this? Anyone?
So, how often could this be renewed? I'm looking for that. You can only have one permit at a time, and it's for 18 months, right? But how many times can it be renewed?
Theoretically, in perpetuity.
So we could end up with some permanent construction yards, basically.
We could,
have to be associated with the project.
If the project is still ongoing, so if the project is physically ongoing, I think, say we had one associated with a landmark, they're not doing anything, they don't need their construction site any longer. So
And
we
does
would
this
not- we
ordinance
would not-
take care of that?
We would not renew that permit.
Do we have language to that effect?
Specifically, no, but it says active construction sites.
But, and I
so
think we're delegating the authority to renew these to
staff. So it would be a determination if the project is still continuing, do they still need that use?
Yeah, but if they come in and put up some new boards, that would be, then they're having activity, right? Because they've taken the boards from that site.
Hopefully staff would be.
Theoretically.
Theoretically,
Yes.
yeah, I just wonder about tightening that up a little bit.
Yes. Currently, we are just looking for a means to enforce activities that have happened and will continue to happen just by the physical nature of our remaining undeveloped sites and the restrictions that we have in the zoning ordinance for build-to lines and smaller setbacks and just the smaller sites and really what's left in the city to build on.
So would this take the pressure off streets now?
That is the idea.
Where we have a lot of complaints about,
Correct.
so that would be a good thing
Correct.
from this, okay.
The parking would only be available to the people that are affiliated with the work being done, right?
Correct. Currently, we're talking the construction yard, but yes, there may be parking associated with that.
Well, yeah.
But that would be for staff, contractors, subcontractors coming to the site. I say on average, we're seeing 30 to 60 contractor vehicles on some of these larger sites. So there's just no physical place to put these things, and we'd like to have some means of regulation, screening, length of time, things like that. Right now, someone could rent a parking lot. If it's a by right parking lot, they could use it for that use as long as it continues.
This is just so that I know what I'm looking at. A number of times in the document, you reference that a chapter that this is supposed to be affiliated with. To further the purposes of this chapter, blah, blah, blah. What chapter are we talking about, or is it just?
Chapter
some full-
34.
Chapter 34, which is the zoning ordinance
And that's chapter 34 of the comp plan?
of the city
Of
code.
the city code. Zoning ordinance.
So, okay.
Yeah, chapter 34 of the city code is the zoning ordinance.
Got it.
So
Okay,
the majority of the zoning items are in that chapter.
Thank you.
Speaking of zoning, we are rewriting our zoning next year. Why does this need to happen now?
Well, this probably needed to happen a while ago, and I believe it's appropriate to move forward with it now. There are several sites that have acted in this manner. There are several sites that have requested this. The Cork Hotel is interested in something along this line on their new permanent parking facility, which is across West Main from where they're located.
We're also anticipating 4 major projects in the downtown area being under construction pretty soon, and it would be good to have additional regulations to assist with those properties as well.
Construction of the landmark, the Market Plaza site, the parking lot next to it, these will all realistically develop in the next few years. This is an example of regulation we think should be put in before a comprehensive review of that plan, of the zoning ordinance, which is arguably not a quick process.
Hey Craig, where is the requirement that it be an active construction site? Is that?
There were many iterations of this, so that may need to be
Could we put
a
that
piece
back
that's
in?
put in there.
I think that's important. I think it has to be associated with an active construction
It
site.
would just be a matter of a definition of active. Some of these projects will not have building permits. Potentially, a city utility project, a private utility project. There may not be permits. University of Virginia, for example, they have several projects that they're using the city for this use, but we have no knowledge of their project.
Well,
So
well,
we'd
they
have to
have
have
their,
some-
they have their own
Correct, their own
permitting
permitting.
official.
They'd have to
that-
provide
that's
us with
not
their
us.
own permitting information.
Yeah. And then my second question is, there's a reference in here that the Director of Neighborhood Development Services can waive screening requirements, but under what circumstances would that be? We ought to have some sort of
We should.
guidance in here about when that
that was
might
put
be
in there
appropriate.
through the review process. I personally and the other half of the zoning department would not have a problem with it being a requirement and getting rid of that ability to waive the screening.
So I'd just suggest that you all consider whether or not screening is appropriate to be affirmatively included, and if so, give some thought to when it could be waived, what would be a proper justification for waiving it.
What does that mean? What does screening mean?
It's under site requirements, unless
Yeah.
waived by the Director of Neighborhood Development Services, temporary construction yards must be screened from the adjacent rights-of-way and adjacent properties.
Oh, screened.
At a minimum, screening must be S3 requirement as set forth in city code. With the approval of the zoning administrator, an opaque wall or fence may be utilized for or as a part of a required screen. I guess the waiver requirements would be a question I have for that.
Yeah,
too.
I mean,
The waiver
personally,
requirement was
I'd
one-
recommend you not use the word waiver. I think if there are conditions under which you wouldn't require the screening, that you just say screening's not required if these two things happen, or something like that. I don't think there should be I don't think the director really is allowed to do waivers.
So the construction yard and the next item are quite similar in their code language. The screening piece might not be appropriate in a situation such as the Belmont Bridge, as an example, for a temporary parking facility to replace the parking that would be lost during that. That was one example of where a waiver might be appropriate. A screen around a temporary area near the Belmont Bridge might be problematic. There might be businesses that you can no longer see. There might be site distance issues. It might make more sense for that temporary public parking not to be screened. They're just in line with each other, these two amendments.
How does this compare with current best practice in the state?
There are very few examples in the state. Miss Green has done some research. We have done some research. Albemarle County has a similar code. The biggest difference is they speak to when the site can begin, 30 days prior to the project, and the headquarters and all of the items are on the site or in the development, which doesn't really help us here because of why we're trying to do this.
So it's just urban renewal,
Correct.
basically. I mean, we're an urban now city with limited land, and in a county, when you're building a subdivision, part of that would be on the subdivision, and that would meet the ordinance. We talked about what was doing in Arlington or somewhere where they all are having, and I think it was, they had a, my brain,
Yeah.
it was within a distance. This would have
There
to be
was a
within
proximity.
proximity of the site in question, or the site that this was being used for.
So how does the ordinance in the county work? I mean, does it work well? Is it
Yeah,
something
but
you
it's
deal with?
bigger sites. It's not
Bigger
it's-
sites, yeah.
Yeah.
Subdivisions such as Lachlan Hill, this could be perfectly fine to just adopt the exact ordinance that the county has. It doesn't help us on West Main Street where one whole side of our pedestrian thoroughfare is closed for a year
In an urban
to
community.
facilitate construction.
So I see stuff about we've talked about screening, and that's nice, and active use, but what about the safety and security of this site? I don't see anything about that. Did I miss it, or did we just not address it?
I think it's addressed under cleanliness of the site.
Yeah, I
in-
saw
in
stuff
good-
about dust and debris, but I'm just thinking about the safety of the site, you know, if there's no construction going on at night and on the weekends, and people just walk into a site.
Which
I
is
mean,
part of why we addressed screening, perhaps
Yeah,
securing
but
the
I think
sites.
screening implies it's a
Yeah.
visual thing, like I don't want to see it because it's unsightly. I'm worried about people wandering into it, and
Sure.
I mean, and that's been an issue with the landmark. Adjacent
Previously,
property
yes.
owners have talked about unauthorized access to the building and materials falling onto their buildings, and, you know. So I'd like to see, well, we can do that in discussion.
Sure.
But the question is, have I missed anything about securing the site? Okay.
Specifically securing the site, no. Valid statement, but no, we have not.
So I do have a couple questions. I do think we also need to have something about an active site and what that means. And I think, you know, I don't know if the Landmark Hotel still has an active permit, but just because it's an active permit, it's no construction is being done. I think that there should be something on that.
Yeah.
I do have a question about 3411, temporary outdoor assemblies.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you walk me through exactly how that fits into construction, or does it not?
It does not. That is another temporary use permit.
Okay. So the must take place only between the hours of 9 a.m. and 9 p.m. on a given day. So
That's something that's currently in the code.
if I am, okay, so if I'm doing a temporary assembly to do a marathon, and the marathon starts at 6 a.m., I can't do a marathon before 9 a.m. now?
Marathon would be a special use permit. An example of,
It'd be a special events permit.
Events, okay.
special
Okay.
events permit.
This would be like a revival on a church property.
Correct.
Or I don't know, some sort of.
A concert on a site that doesn't have a
Right.
concert. It's not X with a concert ability. It's
Got it.
Why are we getting this? Doesn't council usually deal with all of that kind of public assembly and protest
So
and
you
stuff?
all, what you all are getting here
This is
is some
zoning
of these
orders.
sections are just cleaning up. On the 1191, you've got the clarity of language here. The same with the amusement, outdoor sales. While we were bringing forward that piece, it was to
There's a-
provide that clarity.
there are a few other items.
Council's
201.
permits deal with public property. These are regulations primarily for private property.
Oh, okay, so that's why you use the example of the church having an event.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that gives it some clarity.
A temporary outdoor sales would be, it's one of the other ones in here that we've cleaned up a little bit. That would be the Freebridge lot. Car dealer brings down 100 cars for the weekend and has an event there.
Okay.
But yeah, this cleans up a little bit of the entirety of the temporary use permits. Section 201 gets cleaned up a little bit. It takes out the specific temporary use permit uses from that section.
Any more questions before we open public comment? Thank you. Then I will open public comment on this particular zoning amendment regarding temporary construction yards. We don't have anyone signed up. Is there anyone that would like to speak on this item? Then I will close public comment and we can talk about it.
As a matter of principle, I don't like that this is happening outside of the zoning review, like the total zoning update next year.
I agree, but would counter with understanding the sort of real-life implications of needing to get it addressed. I mean, it seems fairly cut and dried to me, but I think the security and the active definition were the major hangups, if my memory serves. And I think they both should have teeth. Demonstrable progress on
Right.
on the building and safe and secured without access to the public.
Would this ordinance in place completely eliminate the street usage and the sidewalk usage so we could open up our sidewalk pedestrian?
Not in all cases, no.
That is unlikely. I think there will still be times where construction of the frontage requires, or street improvements will require closure to some of the public right of way.
It's like if you look at 550 West Water, like where else could those vehicles have gone?
Yeah.
This may have accommodated some of that, but it's just, it was construction of that site that facilitated that closure. It was the
Yeah.
utilities, the frontage,
Right.
the sidewalk. It wasn't the building itself that facilitated that closure. It may have been able to be completed. They could have pulled out of there sooner potentially, but for the most part, that was facilitated by them.
Can we hurry
The
up and
road.
open Water Street back up?
I believe Water Street is opened back up.
Yeah, I think
Since
so.
when?
2 weeks?
The extension?
Oh.
That's a separate project.
Yeah. Mhm. Oh. mhm.
That's the board you're making recommendations to.
Okay. Page 4, not that I'm guiding you all, but I am. Page 4 gives us our 3 and 4 motions.